É, então uma vez um perdido, né? Mas foi por muito pouco tempo. O arco é uma arma que... Opa,
Isso, parou, hein? Já foi o primeiro, o Gibraltar caiu. O Gibraltar já cai. Menos um jogador ainda assim, apenas ele, 1 contra 3 ainda assim, fazendo essa situação, tentou o spot, brilhou, deixou, caiu! Nossa. Ele levou! Ele leva 3, joga!
Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre going to pump the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the Month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Oh, done!
On a good note, it's 2v2 currently, but Rainy doesn't have any shield available. Gaijin's quite low as well. We are Trasher currently down to the 1 member, Savior versus everybody. This would be incredible! Gaijin versus Savior currently, 1 versus 1. The teams have 2 players down. Both teams about the same amount of HP remaining, trying to play off the down shields on both sides. They're just both completely in the open here. Who's going to do enough damage? Look how close everybody is. The Watson Fizz is even going to come down and try and make Gaijin's job that much harder.
But he can't get stuck using the fences while damage is being done to him. Hides behind the knockdown shield, and we are trash from the low ground.
Over the place, Dreamfire might be out of the picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero, can it be for Reignite or Dreamfire? It's down to a one-on-one, and it will be Roy to clutch it out.
And this is them trying to close out Alliance. It's a battle of giants here in the Winter Circuit, game number 1. Solo Q Goats trying to work as a team as best as they can. And you know what? There's a little bit of room, so they know they don't actually have to push, and they don't have to get pushed.
It looks like Solo Q Goats don't want them alive. They want to get these 3 kill points. They are cornered into a corner. Zippeth with a lot of damage, only 30 HP left, but he's going to re-peek anyways. They get the trade. Div coming in into the zone. There's a 1v1 right now. Div, will he? Oh no, Hawk is going for the thirst. Hawk is actually going to leave the tunnel. Both Wraiths left alive, but both of the Alliance okay. He's going for the thirst. He's going to secure that kill point. Will he push out into Hawkes? Now he's in the corner. He is cornered out now. Oh my goodness, 112. Hawkes. Oh my god, he kills Div Q. It was a 1v1 and he went in. Div was cornered.
I got him! He's weak! He got the armor stop.
Reptar versus Duval for the team who stays alive, stays on top in this. Wow, Reptar needs to be very careful here. Still has Beast of the Hunt, so he's going to try to get these shots down, able to get even more damage with that 301. And my oh my, did Complexity choose quite a battle here. Kruti has stood up so far, and we'll see if both teams nope out of this. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to end. This is a crazy 1 versus 1, a crazy early game 3 versus 3 fight. It comes down to a pure Uno v Uno. Reptar versus Duval of Cruelty team to see who will come out on top. Reptar, of course, has his scan. He's going to be able to get some intel. He wants to survive so bad. That's why he's kind of double backing for it rather than playing with aggression. Duval's not letting go of the gas pedal. He's playing with aggression here. He wants to start this fight. Instead, Reptar is going to get some good shots in. It all comes down to this. He's going to get a melee. Reptar with 1 HP is going to do it for his team. You can hardly believe it.
Both bubbles are now out to protect from those bombardments. We see the shotgun shots and the magicians are just falling so quickly. Will Oz be able to hold off Game of Drones right now? He has no health fallout.
And it's going to be an ARC Star that forces the hand here. And looking to finish this one out will be the game of drones. Not done yet, though. Here comes the fight. 1 versus 1 for the bread. A 3v3 turned into a 1v1. You gotta be kidding me. What a finish this is here in game 4. Grenade gonna be tossed up by Rondon. A pure 1 versus 1 fight. 7 able to hit the shield battery and heal back up. He just made magic right there, going into the void, healing back up and keeping himself alive. He's gonna get the med kit off as well.
He's been using the knockdown shield on his teammate this entire time to get his heals off. Rondon also able to get himself healed up as well. Red shields do go down. They're cracked. I didn't even... Magicians take the win. Oh my god, that 1v1, John. Covered.
3v3 fight. Bryn's getting put in work. Great damage put through. Cleave's gonna go down. It's actually Major Pusher's alive. Bryn puts in work with the shotgun. 1 member left is Blast. Has to go huge. Blast in a 1v1 for the bread. Blast does it. He hits 1. He hits 2. Looks for the 3rd and final shot. But Blast needs to clutch up here. Pushes wide left and looks to shut this down if he can. Is just frantically looking for the last member alive in a 1v. And he gets a good first shot. But no! He gets shut down in the 1v. Major Pushers.
We're back and better than ever.
It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen.
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Oh my word! Oh my god, what is happening?
Are you kidding me? Oh my god! That was insane.
Let's go!
I cracked him!
It all comes down to this.
Oh my word!
Today is gonna be our day.
Well, if you're taking a look at those incredible chairs, I'll tell you something. They are Herman Miller Gaming products, and they're on sale now for 15% off through May the 9th. And hey, if you use the code APEX5, that's APEX5, you get an extra 5% off. And who wouldn't want that? Speaking of things people want, do or die. There is no try, and that is what our final round of matches is here today. And of course, to break everything down before we jump into gameplay, I'd like to welcome once again to the desk. We got Killer Pigeon, we got Bardoff, and we got Rain Day. Rain, I need you to start me off right, because we just saw some incredible gameplay that really resulted in a shift in that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of winner-go-home moment for Reply Totem and even Fennel, and I want to give them their credit. I didn't mention the hype around them because they didn't win the game, but they did enough in that final circle to do it. Also, Game With, which I know James will be excited to talk about. It was such I think it was a perfect storm at the end of it all to say, this is a tough road you're going to have to travel on, and it's going to get even tougher as we continue to play. 6th game being the toughest, but of course losers bracket now too. This is the ultimate challenge. They've got to face people coming from winners bracket, and that's going to be even harder.
Absolutely, especially when you consider winners bracket has had a nice little moment of zen to themselves where they can watch the losers bracket, that first round unfold. Bardoff, as we take a look at the participating teams, who has your eye here? And tell me it's Team Empire.
Okay, so of course Team Empire does, but I have to mention Odic. We heard about them in the interview as well. They kind of just emerged from somewhere. I don't know how much of them we saw on the mainstream, on the main stage yesterday, but they certainly delivered when they needed to. And I think the story of those final matches was struggle. We saw struggle, of course, from Reply Totem, Fennel, Vega, Game With, people just doing it just enough to make it into the next group of matches, and that's all you needed to do at that point, and they certainly delivered that. But I think the story of them, especially of course, the off-meta teams, which I love, making it this far is great. And I think it's great to keep their regions on the map, because again, it's very easy to look at North America and Europe, but we've had some very disappointing results from some of those teams because other teams are forcing their way through. They're staying alive, they're keeping people off their back and making their way forward, and now you have to wonder how far they can go.
Absolutely. And Killer Pigeon, I'm telling you right now, Space Station was your pick. Well done, GG. Just narrowly beat me out on the talent predictions, but talk to me a little bit about them and also some of the surprises you've seen.
Yeah, I mean, GMT, obviously the big one, obviously, to talk about. I was interviewing on stage, Naski, and it's amazing the turnaround. I think they had the hardest day one. They were getting targeted out. I talked to him a little bit after the interview. Like, there was this hard mental reset. They were tilting when they went to bed tonight. And this has to be, like, the biggest morale boost possible. Coming into this now, off the back of such a hard day, to cruise him at the beginning, now blitz into that next round. Like, I feel like they are going to be just on cloud 9. I mean, to mention another team, right?
Oh, yeah, if they win, then they will.
Whoa, buddy. That's tomorrow.
Hold on.
That's tomorrow. Let's not get crazy here. Not get crazy.
You know, sorry, Kate, just because to piggyback off that, the team they were challenging, that was challenging them, was Fennel. And Fennel just barely made it into this lobby after Game 6. So, you know,
just
GMT was
by the hair on the chinny chin
chin.
But at the end of the day, too, they've also kind of asserted themselves in that game. We saw, James, they stopped kind of trying to contest, so maybe GMT will have a much easier time of it going forward.
I mean, we'll see. They certainly have the motivation. They certainly have the momentum and the confidence. Bardolph, I want to talk a little bit more about team comps. The first 2 games of that series, we saw Loba in the winner's circle again and again. The entire playoffs, every single winner, this I have from League Ops, thank you, Mark. Every single winner's circle has had a Valk. Talk to me about who you're hoping to see in today's last and final losers round, and who maybe you think you will see.
I want to see Empire stop messing about. Okay, we need the premium dream team on deck. Everybody knows what that is. We can see the numbers here, and you can see that there is no Maggie there because they are the only team who are playing Maggie. But I would love to see Watson in the grand finals tomorrow. Watson, I want to see some Horizon as well, which has been a growing pick. But just it's beautiful how much variation we've had. Watson is 7th of the most picked characters at the ALGS playoffs.
Awesome.
That is unheard of. That's crazy.
Yeah.
In all the best ways. I want to see fences everywhere. And of course, you know, we're seeing the difference between Wraith and Ash. We're seeing the full send of the Ash, the back and forth that we like to see with Wraith and so on. We've seen the Lobas in there. I think we've seen less Bangalore's than I was expecting based on what we saw from Amir during the online stages. Of course, I want Caustic and Cryptos all day as well. I would love to see those. I mean, Cryptos are all but guaranteed. We've seen so many drones. I feel like every time we look at the radar, we're seeing at least 3 crypto drones flying around. So yeah, I think they're in good health at the moment. So we're seeing a good spread across the board. But indeed, Valk, of course, just so critical to get into a good position and try to hold out for as long as possible. That's definitely been the order of the day today.
Absolutely. And Evan, I mean, from a team comp perspective, I love to see, as we mentioned, the Lobas, just that little bit of a change up. What are you looking for?
You know, honestly, I think the Horizon was the thing I was looking for because I felt that it navigated itself really well on Stormpoint and on World's Edge. And that was a kind of a unique transition for some Legends. Most have to kind of fit on one role. I think Wraith can also transition really well. But I think when you look at Horizon, the capability she has in team fighting, and I think, KP, you might be able to defend off of that, has been pretty good, especially since you picked SSG and you picked a team that usually plays Horizon but aren't this time.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. I think that it's to do with their style. Like SSG, they're not really trying to mobilize as much. I've noticed that they've been just essentially locking down and hunkering down until the late game a lot. Sometimes it backfires, they get caught out on the rotations, but you can see from the results, like it's paying in due. And this is a team that had the second highest average survival time after day one, only being beaten out by 100 Thieves, right? Wow. So they had that on lock already. It's just a matter of securing the kills that matter. And I think Horizon, to just like lean back to that specific pick, we are going to see more of it today, especially when you're talking about like the Hail Mary moments, right? Horizon's already been highlighted as a hero that is fantastic on drop to contest people. And right now, you're at a stage where if you start getting contested on drop 1, drop 2, and you're just sinking the points, like day 1, you can kind of shrug it off and stick to your guns. This is where you have to like throw the curveballs, and we've seen Empire, they throw a few too many.
Too many curveballs.
But I do like the experimentation overall. Like it's going to catch someone off guard because everyone's expecting your Gibbies, everyone's expecting your Caustics, your Valves. When you start whipping out the Horizons on those landings, when you maybe even Seers, we've been seeing some Seer picks with Maggies, right? Like that sort of stuff is just completely off the cusp, and nobody will be expecting it.
Well, speaking of things that people don't expect, we saw GMT, speaking of our #1 coming into this, off the contest, right off the drop, they had that nice 50-50 that unfortunately resulted in 2 20th places. Bardolph, let's talk real quick about contests here today. We shake things up as we get these groups together. Are you expecting any of that? Is that something that we've obviously seen in the past that can definitely default?
I think it wouldn't surprise me if we saw some of the drop, especially early on. But again, bearing in mind, we changed maps after 3 maps. It's essentially a reset when you get to map 4 or match 4. So I think most certainly, I can't guarantee it obviously, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if we did see some people contesting off the drop. And again, early on, it's going to be mad ego going on. We could see how CLG were hunting down FC Destroy for revenge in that second game that we saw on Storm Point. So I would not be surprised at all if we saw similar things going into the next match.
I will say this, Evan.
Yeah.
As we were in the green room, you can always tell when we're coming down to that top 5, that final circle, because the sound, which is not something you hear online, of course, the sound is somewhat deafening of the screams. This is quite literally the most critical game for both of these groups of teams. Talk to me about what that means in terms of emotions. We're seeing some of these players right now. They seem to be in cool spirits.
Well, I think these two specifically, NRG, Sweet, and the rest, and of course, Hard Deck. He's gonna give a fist bump to this. Him and the cameraman must be going hanging out afterwards. You know, grabbing a coffee in the morning. I mean, I don't know how this relationship has evolved, but we'll try to keep you having some tabs on it. I think sound is a big word that you use because it's not just the elevation of the emotion and the intensity that we are going to see and did see in this last round, finally, because teams might have been going home and did, but it's communication within the team compositions. And you look at Sweet, NRG, a team I have to bring up, have not performed to the expectation by far. They're essentially the G2 of this group right now, because if they are not in grand finals, we are going to be sounding off on that quite a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. Killer Pigeon, is there anything that you want to make sure that the viewers keep their eyes out for, especially as we talk about 10 teams going to Sunday for their chance at the lion's share of $1 million and 10 teams genuinely going home?
I think it's the flexibility, right? Like if you get locked in your typical style time and time again, and you run up to that wall, we've seen how that can actually backfire very quickly. The most remarkable flex we've seen so far is Sutoreku, right?
Yes.
The way they came in and picked up a switch into the crypto midway through the day and crushed it at the end, that proves just how clutch this sort of reaction can be. If you see that someone else is doing something that is working for them, you need a quick way of dissecting it. I think that's where also a coach is phenomenal here, right? That's the extra set of eyes. They see things that you don't. They are able to provide that extra insight because you're focusing on your game. You're focusing on the comms between each other in the team, right? You're thinking about like the rotations. You're maybe not thinking about, why did Crypto work so well here? Why did maybe Horizon would have worked out better here, or Lobos we've been seeing, especially on Storm Point, when you're able to lock down those areas because there's so many choke points. Like these are critical details. So I think adaptation is key. Like we've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for that hard shift that we haven't quite seen fully yet, where one region was going to bend the other meta-wise.
Kate.
Bardolph, I love when you do this.
My internal clock has reached 0, which means I need to derail the conversation again.
Wonderful news.
I'm used to this a lot.
I've got some questions, okay?
Please.
Avocado.
Is it Killer Pigeon? Is it Kill a Pigeon? And when did this problem with pigeons begin?
Not talk about poultry slaughter on here, okay, please?
Okay, so this is where I get exposed. So it's a dumb name for talent. I'll give you that.
I like it. I go KP.
We all remember.
But when
He has got the murderer glasses on that you typically see in films, right? Like
I've got the full push-up, right? I'm like,
wow.
Yeah,
Did know about him, yeah.
Okay, KP, tell us.
Okay, so back when I like to play free-for-alls, I played in little, amateur leagues or whatever, back in the days of a different FPS that we won't quite mention.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Probably
in 1v1s, like you didn't have good ranking systems back then, right? So you got bad matchups. And I remember I used to do this. It's so stupid. I used to do this thing where if I had a bad matchup, I'd make like bird noises when I was getting close. It'd be like kind of quick like that, right? And one time, I
hold on. We need the. Can we get the camera?
We do.
Can we get the camera on this,
probably
please?
need to capture this. We saw Nasky rapping earlier. This feels like the right move. A nice zoom. Yep.
All right.
Give it to him.
Little rack focus.
Give him the eyebrow, the glasses to the eyebrow raise, and then the killer pigeon. So things are going wrong in a 1v1, KP. Lead us through the action.
Right. This is the box. This is the box.
I
right
believe
here.
in you. Come on, you got
Box.
this.
Let's get that zoom in going. Let's get the zoom in.
He really wants to zoom in.
Come on, cameraman.
So we'll be there. We're going through it in the moment, and he's like, oh, he's freaking out in the corner. He's like, where's this guy going? I'm like, oh, Dookie, Out of nowhere, you catch him off guard, you slap him down, and the final kill, that's where it came out. I drop down, stab him, get him, and he afterwards goes, that freaked me out. That was like I was being hunted by a killer pigeon. I'm like, I don't remember your name. I'm sorry, buddy, but I am trademarking that right now.
What was the sound? Sorry, could you do the sound effects again, please?
Dude, you got a career.
You want the
Pigeon
Cookie car?
No, you need to do it straight into the camera, though. I want your eyes. I want you to make a connection
You don't have
with
to
the audience
do all
at home. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. This is the weirdest segment I've ever done in my life.
You're the one creating it.
I know.
Directing the segment.
I know.
Sorry.
Thank you for
James
that.
said behind this, he's like, boy, I'm going to
Producers.
make you memorable. And I had no clue what he meant until now.
Talk about your moment. I mean, this
There's
is
the
it.
killer pigeon. What were you saying, Kate, before that?
I think people around
Who
the world
cares?
will never forget that name.
That
and
is
that story.
that's I mean, or the sound that I'm sure will be on.
That way over-delivered. That way
It just-
over-delivered.
I mean,
It did.
wow. I don't know how we could possibly top that other
Now we
than
need Kate and Rain Day to do pigeon noise.
Oh, no, I'm not
I could
getting
do
up
dolphin
here.
noises,
At
but
the
not
end-
pigeon.
I'm going to be interpretive dancing my origin story for my
I
my
cannot
gamer
wait,
tag, so
everybody.
I'll have to wait.
Cannot wait. Yeah, our casters are looking over at us going, what the French toast has happened
Yeah.
on this desk? Well, let's talk about
I
something
think
else.
this is T-Squared's fault.
You know, oh, God. We love you, Tom. We love you, Tom, so
James
much.
is in
He
chaos
is
mode.
he's just shots fired. Speaking of, let's talk about this. And
Get the
Killer
camera off
Pigeon,
him.
we're getting it off of you, even though you definitely have done great things for this next one. Okay, here we go. Let us talk about the defense of your picks. Bardoff, because you are so vocal all the time, I'm going to start with you. And I think I know the answer to this question, but
All right.
why Team Empire?
Empire have been sandbagging, all right? We saw them pick Seer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people have been complaining about, well, one person complained about Seer on the internet of late. There is no valid reason to pick Seer as far as I'm concerned, although it was entertaining to see. Now, you know, they've been on a run of entertainment, all right? But it's time to you know, reset the channel. And I honestly think they've been sandbagging their main team of Maggie and Caustic. Okay, the third character is not really that relevant. Not really rated. Who actually cares? Now it's time.
Yeah.
This is the business end of the shotgun. Otherwise, you're going home in a bin bag. Nobody wants to be in a bin bag, especially not Team Empire. They can destroy lobbies if they want to. We've seen the evidence of that this weekend. Now is the time to do that.
There it is. That's Coach Bardoff for you there, TE. You remember that. Okay, real quick. Talk to me, Killer Pigeon. Who's your pick and why? Quick.
Okay, Space Station Gaming, like, it's quite simple, right? I'm not a fanboy, I swear. I know it's two in a row, but their positioning is fantastic. They know when to lock down, and they've upped their aggression compared to day one, which is why they're netting points right now. Still one of the highest survival time averages for a team, but they're actually netting the kills. That's the big difference maker, and I think compared to teams like G2, they're not biting off more than they can chew while doing similar things.
There it is. Evan, last thing. Talk to me about your pick real quick.
Viewpoint CLG, I think that they served me well last time. They are consistent. They like to team fight. They're good at it, and they are not afraid of the competition. They're underrated as well. No one is considering them to take the top spot in this lobby. That's why I think they've got a chance here, and they win games. And in order to move forward in Apex, especially tomorrow, you got to be able to win.
That is how the cookie crumbles, of course. Hey, but you know what? Speaking of winning things, well, if you head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion, you could be the proud owner of a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. That's where you're going to want to enter to win. We're going to be giving that away tomorrow during our grand finals. Another many reasons to join us tomorrow. But guess what? We are not going to talk pigeons or Bardoff's comp picks anymore. It is time. You can hear the players behind me. They're getting excited. So now is the time to cast it over to our casters who are taking us to our final round of the day. Gents, over to you.
I want to be serious here, I really do, but there's too many pigeon noises happening behind me, Gino. These guys on the desk having a lot of fun, which is great. It is all about having fun here.
Staring into the soul of the pigeon mating call. I mean, if we're entirely done with that, then I guess we could think about the next set of games, Xenox.
And very big games, aren't they, of course? The second losers bracket, 10 more teams will be going home and will be missing out on the finals. 10 more teams, though, will be joining our winner bracket teams that did make it through to the finals tomorrow. So this is it. This is the final 6 games here for day 2 of the ALGS playoffs. These are very, very important games. Not only that, but we've got 20 very good teams.
Absolutely, these teams are ready to go. 10, as you say, are going to be moving on to tomorrow and competing for the real lion's share of the money, of course. The other 10, unfortunately, this is the end of it for them. They've made it through that gauntlet of the second round of games we had today in the losers bracket, but it's only getting harder from here on out.
We did some maths off stream. You should never do it on stream, by the way. But we did a little bit off stream to see sort of the numbers and the region representation coming into our second losers bracket here. And surprisingly, dominated by APAC North and EMEA, 7 and 6 teams respectively. So over half of the lobby from those 2 regions. Obviously for South America, this feels like last hurrah so far. No teams are actually through. They've got 2 teams remaining. For APAC South, well, it's a little bit of the opposite, Gino. They've had 1 team eliminated, but everyone else is waiting for the others to join them in the winners bracket.
Yeah, they've done pretty damn well, right? And as you said, we're talking about the middle of the 40 teams right now, because we've already had those 10 that have gone through, and of those, 6 were from NA. So look, the North American fans very, very happy right now. And well, I mean, there could be some more joining them. I mean, potentially 9 out of the top 20 teams that we see tomorrow could be from North America. Wow. Wouldn't that be a resounding success?
Certainly would. As we head into match 1, we head back to Storm Point once again to kick off our final 6 games of day 2 of the ALGS playoffs. This is the second losers bracket. This is the final chance for these teams to move forward to the finals tomorrow.
Well, Xenox, we haven't had too much of a chat about any of these teams specifically just yet. So with so many of those APAC North teams joining us here in our losers bracket round 2, which ones of these have you got your eyes on?
Well, there's one that I had my eye on that is not here in Crazy Raccoon, so that already has sort of thrown a bit of spanner in the works there. But look, I think for APAC North, this is actually something that could benefit them when almost half of the lobby is from the region. It should make them feel a little bit more comfortable moving forward to the finals. Of course, only 6 games though. And the biggest thing for me is starting strong. So far over the course of today, and even to some degree back on day 1, the teams that have started well have been able to get into positions that get them results. It's only 6 games. You do not have too many chances. At the end of the day, how many teams have we actually seen progress from finding results in match 5 and match 6? Maybe only 1 or 2. So typically if you start well, you've got a very high percentage chance of moving on.
Yeah, look, Reply Totem, probably one of those, right?
Yeah,
that,
one of them, yep.
Managed to clutch out. And, well, okay, we're getting a look at where this game is headed now. It looks like it's going all the way down to Launchpad. Possibly could be a finish in Fish Farms there.
Well, this is quite intriguing because the last time me and you cast together back on APAC South, we had a very similar circle to this, and it just kept pulling and pulling down to the south, away from Launchpad, down that sort of canyon towards Fish Farm. Yep. Obviously, it's not going to reach there, as we've evidently seen already, but we do get a bit of an idea as to maybe how this circle is going to pull. We've already seen it hard shift a little bit, so it's going to continue to probably go down that canyon.
Yeah, most likely, and then you're stuck in a situation there where there's, sort of a little bit of a hill. That the teams that get into those buildings that are within the circle, just on the northern edge of Fish Farms early, are going to have a good chance as well. But that said, there's not a huge amount of cover there in those areas for teams to work with. So perhaps it'll speed things up a little.
It's been rough goings for NRG, but this could be where they turn their tournament around. Let's go and have a listen with Sweet.
I think there's going to be a lot of surprises in this LAN. However, instead of teams that I think are going to do well, I think there's actually going to be a lot of teams that got really comfortable online and didn't do the work to become good on LAN. And we're going to see a lot of shortcomings for teams that are very, very consistent online And we're going to see some teams that, may not be the best online, but kind of come into form on LAN, and I'm excited to see it happen. I'm not really looking forward to playing against anybody because we play against them a lot already, but just kind of having everybody here on LAN competing at the highest level is what I'm looking forward to. No specific team. As an IGL, just watching VODs, watching other regions, watching scrims, playing consistently. It comes down to just wanting to win, and myself and my teammates do the work behind the scenes that other people won't, and we'll know different team comps, different team skins, and things like that. When we see it, we'll be able to adapt to it and remain consistent throughout the tournament, hopefully.
Okay, sweet. Well, talking again there about the preparation that he and his team have done. Will it pay off, Xenox? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, and for NRG, of course, they were in that winners bracket, but unfortunately never really were able to get going. No position inside of the top 10. Their best finish was actually a 10th place finish. So we'll see if they can find a bit more fortune here in the second losers bracket. Over towards Elevate though, and maybe we might be able to start getting some action here. We did have one squad that was already eliminated. Reject the one maybe under some pressure here. Now Jungi's trying to get that bat off, should be able to do so. That's going to allow Dogma Min Sayong to now continue to push forward, but the Caustic is going to be a bit of a bothersome.
Yeah, in these kind of close-knit situations, that's exactly the legend you want on your side. You can see the barrels, the gas trap already set up, so they don't need to go out of this room if they don't really want to, even shuffling around the gold helmet there just to make sure the abilities, the ultimates that they need come up faster and faster.
And I would say this has probably been one downfall for the APAC North teams. They don't typically play Caustic, and Caustic has been a thing here at the ALGS playoffs as we see Kick. Well, they get kicked out of this game. That one actually by Team Unite from APAC North, but yet they don't really play a whole lot of Caustic. It's more of an APAC South or a North American kind of thing. We've seen it really be quite useful here at the ALGS playoffs. We're seeing Elevate now with Bin, and this is what makes it difficult for Reject. How can you really push on to Elevate? You almost can't. So now you can no longer be proactive.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get the ultimate up, that's, if they have that EMP from Junhee, maybe that's something they can use to push forward. I mean, it's ready to go right now. Can he find an opportunity? They're around the building. You should just be able to fly the drone up above, and at that point, they can't even shoot it, and it's a free EMP.
I think we might be seeing this aggression, though, really make its headway. Both bubbles go out here nice and early. There is that EMP. You brought it up. That could be the difference maker. Who needs the Caustic when you've got your chance of just getting rid of all of their armor and that utility? And that's what we're seeing there from Reject. But we now move forward to a potential third party, Team Empire, making their way over to this position.
And they found their way to the door. You can see the Wraith portal there placed by Ranchers. That gives them the option to go out if they don't think that it is a fight that they should be taking. Cleve, one of the only Bloodhounds we've seen in this entire playoffs out of all 40 teams. It's an aggressive character, and like Wraith, I guess, it's, you have both options, back and forth. That's the trade-off that you get from the instant portal with the phase breach.
Hello, GMT have also rocked up. It's just an absolute party, and everyone's invited, apparently. Matey gets that down onto Jungi, so this is, again, not ideal at all for Reject. They are caught in the middle of this. They've already lost Jungi. Dogma, Min Sayong, they just get out of the building, go underneath, and think, what is going on? Why are so many teams here? I'll tell you why, Genome. Dead center of this circle, more towards the south side, in that kind of canyon. It is a vital point moving forward for this game.
And somehow, still, these teams aren't going down completely. They're taking their sweet, sweet time. Finally, Elevate the Caster Curse comes into play there, and Naski is going to be the one to do it. Coming off the back of their victory in that losers bracket round one, they're feeling good. They're getting involved early.
They certainly are. It was a win, 2 second places to finish off as well. Big 72 points for GMT, and that's another thing to sort of take into account here. Those teams that were actually in the losers bracket, they've got a bit of form. They've been winning, they've been doing well, and they obviously haven't had too much of a break, but that might be a good thing. They're not rusty like maybe some of these teams that lost out in the winners bracket.
Momentum's a beautiful thing. Xenox and GMT have certainly got that on their side. Reject have only got 2 players on their side right now, with Junhee going down. A casualty of that absolute fiesta we saw in that building there. So many teams on either side. And honestly, if they even if they had to finish the fight off, there's like 3 other teams probably in the vicinity that might have actually rolled up eventually. You saw Empire thinking about it. That's something, if you've got a good position, the Wraith portal can just be used as that sort of opportunistic tool to try and get in there and grab some KP.
We sort of just hovered over AD Raccoon, the last remaining Raccoon here at the ALGS playoffs after their sister team, Crazy Raccoon, did get knocked out. And then for AD Raccoon, of course, they're the top team from APAC North. You would be absolutely distraught if they don't make it into the finals tomorrow, because really they are the best hope, you'd have to say, for APAC North. And I've got 4-7 there as well already through.
So Parker on the Caustic here, Xenox. So was he playing that throughout the season?
Well, not necessarily. Caustic, again, it's not really going to be something we see a lot of in APAC North. They can adjust, don't get me wrong, but I think this is basically their way of showing, hey, they're going to keep up with the meta that has established itself here at the ALGS playoffs.
And it's not even on World's Edge, right, where you do see a lot more Caustic. This is on Storm Point. And, you know, at the start of the game, when you were sort of talking about that Legend meta, I was thinking about APAC North, and you know, a lot of them sticking on the Crypto, the Watson, all that sort of stuff. And it kind of, I was kind of felt like, you know, maybe they haven't moved with the times enough. But, you know, perhaps the best of them, AD Raccoon, by some people's standards at least, are the ones who are going to keep that moving.
I mentioned before, maybe one of the benefits for those that made it through from that losers bracket, you know, not that rust that forms by having a bit of a break. Well, one of the benefits for those that were in the winners bracket have had a bit of time. They can go away. They can look at some VODs. They can look to maybe adjust some things. And you have to wonder, have the likes of AD Raccoon gone and done that and thought, okay, we need to adjust. We need to play the Caustic.
Yeah, well, they have, yeah, exactly. They have a little bit of time. No one had time yesterday. We played 18 games, all the players in a row, and I guess unless you had the coach, you know, behind you there doing that due diligence for you, it wasn't really the easiest day to sort of pull through and make some changes. But now we see the circle continuing to shift south, and a team like CLG here still kind of stuck in the choke in Antenna. Well, they've got ADR to get through.
Yeah, and again, that canyon really is going to start to form. I think GMT might end up finding themselves sort of at the front end of that, maybe Empire on the south side. You do have FC Destroy making the way in from Gale Station, so they too can be a factor. In fact, there might be a couple of teams that may look to, say, Skyward Dive and make their way closer to actually the Fish Farms sort of thing, and then push in from that south side of the circle, rather than what could end up being a rather congested northern side of the canyon.
Team Unite, we're seeing some of the Watson fences set up there. Now, this is exactly the hill we were talking about, right? We kept calling this earlier on in the game, that could be a very important position to hold. And I've just seen Watson be so effective in locking off these large areas where you don't necessarily have great cover to hide behind. This gravity cannon doesn't give you a lot to work with, but if you could just lock off angles and make it so the teams can't just run up on you that easily, all of a sudden, the gravity cannon is looking fantastic. It's like you're in a bomb shelter.
And something we see from teams in APAC North, the ones that do run the Watson, they'll go to sort of the edges of these cliffs and really lock off those areas, like you said, throw down that gent and really just sort of defend the area. Then you've got the Crypto, get some information, and also really in a region that plays a lot of Crypto, it doesn't really do a whole lot, but for those that maybe are switching off of the Crypto, you can start to get some really, really big information with those drones. There's not too many. You look at the minimap, I only saw 2 there for a brief moment. As many teams start to bring out the Caustic, while those that are still sticking the Crypto actually gain some more power by staying with it.
It's a great point, Xenox. And, you know, they've got the Watson there as well. You got to remember, she's got that Spark of Genius passive, which means she's able to stack the ult excels. And, you know, Hodzik was on the desk. We were having a little bit of a chat to him in the green room before he came on, and he was saying ult excels for Team Liquid, one of the highest priority items they can pick up. And if you can get double per inventory slot, all of a sudden, that much better. The fact that it gives you an interception pylon immediately upon use for Watson, even better again.
Yep. 17 squads, 51 players alive, and we are only 15 seconds away from heading into round 3. Slow going to start here on Storm Point for match 1, but for now, let's go and have a little listen in with Element 6.
I think we can easily just go Bob and you hold it.
Right, hold the building?
Yeah, you hold.
Alright, go for it.
You just hold and look here. You can hold, like, you can see everywhere if you go on top.
I'm looking
at us up top.
You should be fine, you should be fine.
They're right here.
Yeah, I see. They're moving down, careful.
No, I think we'll go back.
Go back.
Yeah, we go back.
Doesn't matter. We don't need the beacon, like this one.
Holy shit, okay.
They're Valkyrie. They got cancelled. They're staying down, we need to kill them.
Careful of behind as well.
Just remember rotation.
Yeah. I think we're gonna need to like move that or shut the fucking building.
What, this building?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, we try to play that, but I doubt it. If then we can. I think we can maybe. Probably can. Are they fighting?
They're flying. They're flying.
I can't.
They might go for this building. There is a team here.
Yeah, of course it is.
And he has red, bro.
Yeah. And Team Montana gonna come rotate on the choke. Just need to be careful on the back and still team rotate.
Yeah. Yep. The Gibby's on
You
red.
guys look the back, you're gonna move up a bit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, they have charge rifle on antenna.
Antenna? Okay.
What about this or something?
Everything is taken, yeah. Wait, what do you ping?
Like this.
Bad. But we might have to.
I think everything's gonna be taken, right?
Yeah.
Shall we start coming up to you? I don't see anything behind us right now.
What about the red beacon? You think it's playable there?
We're gonna have to try to charge this building, I think. Oh, who play that? What do you guys think?
Element 6 just sort of scouting out where they can maybe push forward into the zone on the northern side, pushing down south in towards the more congested areas, especially over towards Launchpad Genome, so you can kind of get sort of the gauge as to the way that they navigate things, trying to scout, see what they can do and what they can't do.
And the question I have with some of these teams, I mean, there's a lot around Launchpad, right, as we saw on that map during that listening, is did they read this circle incorrectly, or is there just no space to play in this circle and they feel forced to go to Launchpad as a launching pad to the next opportunity?
Well, I mean, I think the majority of teams here should be capable of being able to read this circle, but we'll hold on that for the time being. EMP goes out. That was Legetta here for Team Unite. Now, Saku got taken down quite low and is able to at least get back up to full armor. Needs a little bit of breathing space, though, to get that med kit off. Haven't really seen engagements for the most part since that early sort of triple third-party GMT earlier on in that building, but still, it's been a little quiet, that little eye of the storm moment heading into the 4th round, but with the way that this circle keeps pulling down to the south, pulling down towards Fish Farms, it is creating this sort of vacuum where this canyon is going to just sucking all these teams from Launchpad away from safety.
Yeah, I don't know how that early engagement ended up in a truce, but the truce is not going to stand forever, Xenox. As soon as that bubble goes down, a couple of teams are going to be right in it.
Well, this circle just keeps pulling south and south. It is a hard shift after hard shift as FC destroy. Double purple, red armor for iLaziness as well, and there may be a bit of a spray, and we will start to see this kill feed light up. CLG eliminated. Our 17th team place they go. It's KS Winnie that's down now for Element 6. We heard that listening from them before, up towards the more northern side of this circle. They're struggling to push forward too. All those teams making their way out of Launchpad now. There's just not going to be enough room for all of them, Genome.
There never is. That's how Battle Royale just flows, and NRG don't look like they're quite in the flow state right now. They're going up against Fennel here. Empire have been taken out. There's a care package just taunting everyone in the middle of this fight. No one's even got time to deal with it, and NRG as well as ADR going down.
Fennel just managing to win that fight, but with only the 2 players left standing. Then you've still got your rivals of FC Destroy just a further bit to the south. At the moment, it's Game With that are playing this circle to perfection, by the way. We'll get to that one later, but they are in a perfect position. For now, though, GMT Esports, who have been on a tear over the last couple of games today, let's have a listen and see how they're handling this situation.
Wait, these guys... 3, 2, 1, do it.
Where am I going?
We're probably playing for up here, or we're committing for house. Like this right here. Just commit for it. We're fucking... People should be fighting. It's gonna be bad, but we're gonna have to do it, or this... No. Commit here.
I'm underneath. We're chilling.
On me. We have to play very small right now, okay? We have to play very small right now. This team is still in. This team can still kill us. Team will land on us. Team will fly on us. You play a team out now. Play out now.
I'm walking up.
I might kill the Watson. No.
They bubbled.
Careful, people flying on us.
Landing.
Keep flying. They flew right side.
Above us.
Give me crack. We 2P that. Alright, wait. No, they're not fighting. Boys, inside, maybe.
No, we can't. The team inside.
It's only one. It's.
Give me cracked again.
Play inside.
I'm inside. I'm selling. We gotta hold the door though. Hold the door.
Careful, window. They can kill us, window.
Yeah, they are.
Hold the
Close
door.
this door. They can shoot us through every single window, by the way.
You can play back on me. Play back on me, Nask, if you need to. That triple peeking window. My Kraber's out. I only have one gun.
Just run back, by the way. I think we can play outside again.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. Team underneath.
Just come play on me then.
Two flash. Knock one.
Nice. Can we go now
back
from the
inside.
left?
No. Don't.
Careful, team behind.
Yeah, team might be pushing inside.
Over here,
They're
dude.
resing.
Can I get angles?
No.
I think it's only a duo.
We could push it, but then we'll die, I think.
Can we get the thirst?
Look at zone.
They have no more barrels. They have no more barrels.
Inside, I
Can
think.
we kill this ghost stick? Can we kill this ghost stick?
We need to play outside though. Outside. Play
Can we
with
kill this
us.
ghost stick? It's solo, I think.
He just rest. No, he just rest. He just rest, matey. He just rest. Careful.
Yeah.
I tethered him. Red armor. Can I loot another gun? No, right?
He's picking.
Loot.
Fuck, I have no nades.
Outside. I hear
We're getting naded.
We have to shoot this. Don't let
Yeah,
it
coming.
Hit 40 on GB.
Fuck, almost correct.
15 bucks. I'm looking at right.
Yeah.
Team right.
Give me
They're
crack,
fighting
give me
out, fighting out.
Give me correct. Yeah.
Full team underneath. I got a bat. Full
Crack
team
one, knock one underneath on the right
Close
side.
Try to chill.
Yeah. I'm gonna pop a bat. No, popping a bat.
I have.
Air raid, come inside.
Keep me out.
Two guys down
I need heavy.
I hear.
Dropping.
I drop 100.
Thank you. I have a lot.
I'm going outside again.
Close. I'm bubbling back.
Yeah.
I'm inside. They're gonna push us.
I gotta play.
They cause gas.
It's good.
Play
Play
backside.
inside.
15 GB.
Play inside. Come with me.
I'm dead.
Close the door.
Go.
Sit on the door. I'm batting.
Come.
I'm coming. I think I'm resible.
Stick it.
No. The door.
Still team opposite side. I'm out of shotgun.
They broke door. My shield's gone. I'm just blocking them.
I don't know if the 3 red armors of GMT is going to be enough here, because in this space, it's so hard to do anything if you don't have the Crypto, the Caustic, or one of those defensive characters to really help you hold this building, and it's all that matters in this last circle,
Certainly
Xenox.
so. 6 squads left. This one is getting tight towards the end. Reject now looking to claim that high ground. Pricey as well gets a knock onto Zanar. We just saw Space Station. They pushed in. They got position inside of the building, but they may be feeling the pressure as well. So with Zanile down, it's just dropped and Frex. But Frex gets rid of Pricey, so that's Team Burger eliminated. 5 squads left.
They tried to play from the outside and come in late, hoping that the rest of the teams would have sorted out their business by then, but unfortunately they had not. The Australian team does fall in 6. We've got only Nasky left alive, and he's doing running up the totem pole there at exactly the same time as that Crypto.
Only the duo there for Team Unite. Saw actually in the kill feed a little bit earlier. Legetta found a 3k. Big 1v3, at least for him. They've got 2 players though. GMT though, just down to Nasky like you said. Reject with the 3 players inside. But this is where we've already seen a couple of teams not really be able to survive on the inside. Nowhere is safe at the moment, Gino.
It's so hard to play these kind of positions. I mean, obviously the teams that are inside, they're going to stay in their little bubbles. Nasky's going to go down because he's just got nothing to work with here. And with the 4 left, you've got to give it to teams like Space Station. They've got 5 kills so far, and they've got Frex on that Caustic.
Another team I want to quickly give credit to as well is Game With. They got to this position first. They knew where this game was ending. We haven't seen them just yet, but they will be a factor as Team Unite go down. That was the duo of Saku and Legetta. It's Reject on top, but they lose Dogma. Now Jungi loses Armor 2 and health. Minseyon, can you land this? No, not just yet. Pulls out the Mastiff, but falls down maybe to his grave, to his demise. Jungi got off the bat though. He stays alive. It's Game With, and it's Reject APAC North battling each other.
So many of them left alive, and then you've also got the NA team, and dropped with the Thermite is going to start doing some damage. Their EMP's coming out. Jung Hee, the last one, trying to clutch up for Reject.
Space Station on top, quite literally, not just in this game, but also on this building. Yuka is left standing, but you would think from here, Space Station Gaming should get the job done, just like they did in Losers Bracket Round 1, where they finished second place with 2 wins. Let's make it a 3rd win today for Space Station. What a way to start.
Man, what a hectic circle that was, Xenox. I mean, I was almost expecting it to be a heal off at some point. Not that there were many wraiths left alive in that circle, right? But the fact that it was ending on that building, of course, people were trying to play up, down, below, in the middle. It felt like the ones below actually got wiped out just super fast. I mean, Burger probably had the best chance at making that work with that late rotation coming in there at the end, but even they were no match for Space Station Gaming. A big dub here in our first game of the Losers Bracket Round 2.
Big day so far for Space Station. Of course, they were in that Losers Bracket Round 1. What a way to make a statement in Round 2, where it matters even that little bit more for a chance to make their way to the finals tomorrow. That puts them in good stead. There's not too many teams, if any, Genome. I don't have it in front of me, but I feel like if you win a game, you generally advance to the next stage. So it's not everything. There are still 5 more games to play, but it's a great start for Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I think in the last 2 games, it's been like 32 points, 33 points. Yep. Very close to that cutoff to being in the top 10 and advancing over a 6-series game, right? So considering, you know, we've had that 2 games in a row, let's say that plays out here, 21 points for Space Station Gaming is getting them more than halfway there.
And Game With as well get rewarded 15 points courtesy of their ability to track that circle right to the end. They got to that position first. They were the first team there. That's why they get those placement points. Picked up some kills along the way. In fact, really, when you look at sort of the top 5 there, Unite, Reject, Game With, really showing APAC North and not going to go down without a fight. GMT, they continued their good run. Same with obviously Space Station. Team Burger, they wrap up sort of the top 6 as we make our way to the other side of the graphics. Some absolutely big names, Genome here. AD Raccoon, Team Empire, CLG, you know, Reply Totem, of course, with that big run to get here as well, all struggling there in match 1.
NRG as well. I mean, incredible. Team Empire, I think, actually is the one that's perturbing me the most, Xenox, because they just played so well on day 1, and there was such massive expectations on their shoulders going into this, and they've kind of crumbled at this point. But look, I'm left.
Very even spread of damage and kills. What a team effort. 3 kills, 3 kills, 3 kills, and all roughly around that sort of 1200 damage portion as well. What a way to start for Space Station Gaming. You know, we've touched on it, 21 points. We think probably around that 30 to 33 point mark should be the cutoff. We've seen that today in the winners bracket and losers bracket round 1. So while it's not job done just yet for Space Station, they're about halfway there, if not maybe even just that little bit more. So it's looking like finals could be on the cards for them still. Though, 5 matches to go. That was only match 1 of losers bracket round 2. We're going to go to short break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2.
You guys ready? I'm dropping 3, 2, 1, go. Watch it on me.
I got it. Finish it.
Nice.
Let's go, boys. Hey.
Maybe?
Let's go.
Start it off right.
Let's go.
Damn. Good fucking comms, boys. Good comms. We need to reel it in a little bit there, but, you know, dub's a dub.
Off right, they say, and that's what they do for Space Station Gaming. 21 points from match 1 here to start losers bracket round 2. Maybe they don't need to reel it in, Gino, because they looked amazing closing out that first game. And look, obviously, as we've already mentioned, probably don't have to do that much more. Do the basics from here on out, and they should be going to the finals.
Yeah, 21 points was it that they finished off the first game with? Exactly, very impressive. It means you only need to scrape in a couple, honestly, game after game from here on out. But there's still, let's even just assume that Space Station Gaming are here from now, Xenox. There's still 9 slots open, right?
That's true.
I mean, they did mop up quite a few of the points in there. Some of the other APAC North teams, however, in good spots. Game with Team Unite, Reject, even FCD and V3 Vega. Look, honestly, the aside from them and, well, maybe GMT, it's all APAC North at the top right now.
6 of the top 10 is what I counted. Hey. Yes, I looked, I promise. But look, let's head into match number 2, shall we? It's Storm Point, of course. This is where we're going to really see the teams really continue to see who's going to be consistent. It's something we touched on the desk before. We were fortunate to have Hotsit come on and join us and give his insight, and consistency is key, like he said.
Absolutely, in these kind of formats, it's not that pop-off day. That's tomorrow. Match point format. You not only need to rack up the points as quickly as possible and give yourself as many opportunities to win that game, but then you actually have to win it. You have to be the winners of the Battle Royale. I mean, it's what the whole format is about, Xenox. And we've had 1 winner, Space Station Gaming, so far in our series. Still 5 more to come.
Certainly so. We've got 5 more matches here for losers bracket round 2. Let's get into match number 2 now. Again, on Storm Point. For those that maybe started off a little slow in round 1, this is where they got plenty of games, of course, to sort of redeem themselves. When I say plenty, though, it's actually not that many. Only 5 matches, right? So it goes by pretty quickly too, doesn't it, Gino? So you don't want to be starting too slow. If you slipped up a little bit in round 1, you've got to fix it here in round 2.
So Odic, they start off nice and high up the hill. Those guys are playing Lightning Rod by the looks of it. Now, I don't think we saw too many contests. I think it might have been V3 Vega landing on top of Dewa, actually, over in Cascade Falls, or at the very least kind of splitting some loot down there. Not sure if they actually came to blows early on, but apart from that, the teams seem to have come to some sort of agreement about where they should all be dropping, and at least, you know, let their macro play at the end of the game sort of decide things rather than a 50-50 early on.
Yeah, I'm trying to scan the map and see if I can find anything, any sort of scrimmages happening, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case. I know throughout today and even parts of yesterday, that was a factor. We had a couple of hot drops and a couple of situations where teams were obviously fighting for drop locations, but so far, maybe Cascade Falls could be something, but other than that, you know, there's not a whole lot.
Okay, so with the ring pulling towards the west here, we've got CLG, who don't necessarily have the best drop spot there. They're actually just taking the remnants of Mill and Sino Caves, the dribs drabs that they can find in between there. But at the very least this time they get the beacon that will confirm that they are in the right spot, and CLG on the east side of the Mill Island will be looking pretty.
And just speaking on that position there for a brief second, Genome, but I think this is where the teams that do their homework and understand these circles the most on Storm Point should understand that this most likely is going to be finishing just outside of the mill, potentially. Of course, you've got that big mountain sort of in the middle. That's going to be something that the circle is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it is. You know, that rule kind of holds more so when you've got the circle all the way at the edge of the map. So because this one isn't quite finishing all the way at the edge of Mill, I'd be less confident in saying that. But however, I do think there is still a good chance of that.
I will say, you've been right pretty much every single time so far this event, Genome. You are the sort of circle predictor for us, so I'll back you up there and say that you're probably on the money. And of course, this is where the teams will start to push in early. You've got the likes of CLG, AD Raccoon, Reject, V3 Vega, players all hanging around that position nice and early here for match 2.
I love this position from V3 Vega. Actually, this is one of the best buildings, if not the best building, I would say, to hold in this circle. CLG, they're doing some damage to Reject here in order to capitalize on their position. ADR have rotated up from Barometer. They've got that to themselves at the moment, so they should be coming in very well stocked.
CLG at the moment have just found themselves in an APAC North lobby, in an APAC North area. Nano goes down, but they have taken out Reject with a bit of help. Well, actually, no help at all, really. They've done it themselves, so big credit for CLG. They'll get the revive. They've still got the building. I thought maybe for a brief moment, AD Raccoon were pushing in, looking for that third party, but no, you can see they're backing off. They're moving away, and V3 Vega didn't push out of their building either to help out. So CLG, in some ways, a bit fortunate that none of the other APAC North teams went for the third party.
Yeah, I think that might be because they all just have such fantastic positions already. It's not like they're out at the edge of the ring and they're like, well, while we're here, you know what, let's get in for a third party. They're happy where they are and they don't want to give up those good spots. So I like this. I think it's a smart decision. That's how these teams have made it this far. That's how they made it overseas. That's how they've made it into this losers bracket round 2 final. They've got a chance to make it through to the next day. Wow. A nice little ambush there from GameWith. They're going to take down Momon from Fennel. Shakabo is going to follow him very quickly. And even though UKF is down, looks like GameWith are going to get at least 2 kills and get Yuka back up and running.
Probably don't see that a whole lot from these APAC North teams where they go for the, what I would consider rat kind of play, and it works out well. But at this point, honestly, you throw all of that out the window. Who cares, Gino?
Yeah, and just for anyone at home who's a little bit confused by that, there's kind of 2 ways we do use the rat terminology in Apex. One is if you're the only player left on a team, and so you're just kind of hiding by yourself. But in the same way that you're hiding, an entire team can do that if they want to ambush another team. And we also refer to that as a bit of a rat play.
So 19 squads as we are about 3 minutes away from heading into round 2. Most of these teams will be making their way over towards just outside of the mill. Like you said, we'll see what's going to happen with that circle, but it looks as if everyone is very, very confident as to the way that this is going to play out. GameWith, Triple Blue, saw them have that little play, does get them a kill on the board as well. Now, this is a team that I think can do very well. When you look at that composition, they're quite unique. They play the Watson and they play the Gibraltar Genome, so they double dip, essentially, and of course the Valkyrie to help them with the rotate.
Yeah, you know, what are they losing out on in that situation?
Crypto information, caustic fighting capabilities, but doubling down maybe on defense.
Yeah, and it's, yeah, I like to see it. It's been okay at the moment. Is that because of their individual skill? Is that the calling, or is that the composition itself? At this point, honestly, a little hard to tell. I mean, unfortunately, with the Japanese team, I couldn't tell you what their comms are saying, Xenox, so
neither can I.
It's hard to make a call on, you know, how effective they are as communicators. Looks like Team Burger have taken down a flyer, I would imagine, there, as they sit here in the middle in the Prowler Island.
Certainly so. This is a team that you do understand what they're saying, gentlemen. You have obviously seen a lot of them for now. Let's go and have a look and see what Empty has to say.
Difference in regions. I'm not too sure about South America. APAC South is not as smart as the other regions, a lot more aggressive, and I think players are better mechanically. APAC North used to be very aggressive, and some of the players there are very, very good mechanically, but they've gone more passive with the new comp. EU's generally a lot smarter, and they play zone, but that's started changing a bit more of a lot of the teams switching to edge on Stormpoint. And then NA is, I would say, a lot more aggressive. There's a lot of edge teams in NA. I'd say my biggest rival, probably Zero from Reignite, because used to team with him, good friends with him, and he's another IGL for top team in our region. At the end of champs, I think the top 3 teams will be NRG, TSM, and Alliance.
Okay, well, you know, usually I feel like in that situation you'd see someone back themselves, but guess he's that's the honest thoughts there from MT, the fantastic IGL from Team Burger, and I honestly think you couldn't get a much more succinct summation of the play styles of the different regions around the world.
Certainly so. Mentioned NRG there, Gino. We'll see if they're going to make it to the finals. That's still up for debate. We'll be finding that one out over the next few hours, obviously, for Team Burger. What do you think of their chances, really? I'll let you answer that one in a short moment here as Kick will look to maybe kick things off against Elevate just across the road, getting that down to Penilas. So a good start here for Kick. Now the question is, do you want to get aggressive? Do you want to push on this? And the answer looks like it'll be a big fat yes. They get rid of Sleep 2, and this should be the squad wipe coming up. No, not just yet. There is one that maybe wasn't here at all. It seems like it was like a 2-1 split.
I guess so. No, there we go.
Okay, cool.
It's going to down, but that was to SSG, remember. Now, Space Station Gaming, they've actually been pushing up from Antenna, and if Kick isn't careful, I mean, they should have realized it from the kill feed, right? But either way, those two teams could be coming into contention quite soon. However, if we have a look here at Team Empire, they are way back in the Xenox caves. It's still in for the moment, Xenox.
Yep.
And yeah, look, the you know, kind of as predicted, that circle is going down towards that situation where CLG was sitting down there right from the start. We said, you know, they're smack bang in the middle. They continue to be smack bang in the middle.
We'll see what Team Empire can find here, whether that's going to be victory or maybe demise. It hasn't quite been as clean for Team Empire on day number 2. Of course, day 1 was a great day for them, but needing to turn their fortunes around if they're going to make it into the finals. You can see that minimap expanded, and you can see how many teams already looking to get themselves into those decent positions. A lot, though, still with a lot of rotating to do. One of those being Kick far out towards the east. We saw SSG just make their way past Antenna. They'll be making their way in as well, closer by to Barometer, which is where ADR are currently game with up north. So yes, there's a handful of teams, Gino, that are still not close to this circle. The majority, though, of the server is there.
SC Destroy, just kind of hugging the circumference of it, though, of course. That's their favorite way to play, their favorite thing to do. They have been scanned. Of course, who does that mean is on the other side of it? No one else but Empire.
Cleave on the move. Well, they've been here for a little while. They are making it difficult, being annoying. Obviously, you do want to make sure you don't put a foot wrong, Gino. At this point of the tournament, you don't want to be making mistakes. You need to be calculated with every move. For Team Empire, yes, you get a bit of information with that scan, but that doesn't necessarily mean you do much with it. They just fall off. They just move away. They've got the intel on that team. They don't have to push it, though.
You know, people have called Bloodhound a crutch character, Xenox. At this level of play, a lot of people say, you know, you should have the game sense to be able to understand where they are, what pushes you should be making without the wall hacks. I don't know, tell that to all the crypto players in APAC North, I suppose. But Empire, one of the only teams, you know, with that in mind, that have been picking up the Bloodhound character here in the ALGS Split 2 playoffs.
Space Station, of course, had that massive win in match number 1. Let's go and have a listen in and see how they're handling things here in match 2.
Sick, bro.
Okay, okay.
Should we just take inside? Wait, oh, there's another team inside there? No, back up,
okay,
back up.
Just back up.
I just heard a trap go down in there. Unless that was your trap.
Nope.
I cracked the valve.
No, it doesn't matter. Just come back. Remember, this is zone 2. We can tank zone if we have to, okay?
Yep.
We're kind of in a...
There's two teams. We can't fight.
No, I'm saying we're kind of in a bad spot right now.
Oh, no, we're not. We can just cross back over.
Yeah,
there's no one bridge, I don't think.
Yeah, but there's someone in the nut, though. Someone in the nut. Just
wasn't there a team up here?
I don't know, but walk right. Walk all the way right.
No. We looked at Barometer. We didn't see shit.
Okay. I mean, I might as well just craft my armor.
Yeah, you can craft here. Yeah, no, they're...
I have a Ultix, though. Should I pop it, or are we just chilling?
Nah, I think we're just chilling for now, to be honest.
Yeah, you can pop it. Why not?
Because we might be able to use it later.
Wait, team? Oh, right on me. I'm dead, man.
I'm sliding off.
I'm sliding off. Just go into zone. Just go into zone.
Yeah, I thought there was a team there, bro.
That's fine. Just go into zone.
Holy fuck.
You need to pop that Ultix.
I'm popping it. I don't think we can get his banner.
No, we can't. That's fine.
It's in zone. They might not sit in zone to fucking camp it.
I only have 4 syringes.
You guys can res me. You guys can res me on top of tower, okay?
Okay. When's your Velcro? There's more syringes in here. More syringes here.
Yeah, just grab all the syringes and keep healing.
I grabbed one of them.
There was only one.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go for shit.
Look for my banner.
They might be riding behind us. I can't see it.
Bro, they're not gonna be riding and guess. They're just gonna be staring at you from zone.
You should loot his box. Loot his box for the syringes.
Yeah, go res me on top tower. Go res me on top tower.
Yeah.
We have 1:57. We have plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We can also. You can also throw 2 medkits.
Listen,
Yeah.
I could just craft a fucking medkit.
No.
Okay.
You res me right there.
Give me a medkit. Give me a medkit and craft medkits.
Yeah, I will. I'll res him. I'll res him.
Okay, I'll craft medkits then.
We have 1:30. You're gonna have Valkyl, yeah?
I have it right now.
Yeah, we'll be able to Valkyl 10.
Yep, we're good.
Quick, should have stuck it.
I don't want to die, bro. It's fine. Did you loot his body at all or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't even think they looted me. They're not there. They're not even in a barometer, bro.
I know. We can.
I think they ran away.
Just fucking push me off of this shit. What the hell?
Yeah, you don't have your fucking thing on, bro. Turn it off. Add a death boxes.
Oh, okay. I think they're fighting.
They're fighting in front of us, bro.
I think they're fighting in front of us.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they get both.
They're fighting on the dome. Yeah, they're fighting on the fucking egg. I'm gonna go in this corner and pop a mech hit.
Space Station really highlighting all of the conditions that they needed to work through to get themselves back up to 3 players. They've done just that. Now can make their way out of barometer, and they saw the fighting happening, Gino.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams fighting down the south side of this circle, Xenox, but up to the north, we've got players here who have somehow equipped, like, you know, big old tire tracks to their Triton and have got it up the side of a mountain somehow.
You almost befuddled there for a minute, wondering what's going on.
Yeah, look, I don't know which auto shop they pulled into to get that happening, but I might have to give them a call. Anyway, players up the top here, they've got high ground. They're in a great position, as you can see on that map. This could be God's spot. Not only that, but they have so much sniper ammo in hand.
And we saw that kill feed too while we were looking at that position, and Onyx involved here. Same with FC Destroyed, but they, well, live up to their name and have been destroyed. It's only Swag that's left, loses that armor. Worst, Jinx, both down, probably out the gap as well. And I think Onyx might be really being the team that's next to fall after we just saw one earlier, and it is a lot of teams here. This is something that actually Space Station were even talking about. These teams fighting, I would be saying they should be looking to get involved and third party.
So many, and it feels like there's just kills abound here, but Space Station, they're actually going to make the rotation into the circle, so they've left all that behind. I mean, one little micro thing we saw there from Odic, the Gibraltar player, actually, no, you know what? Double bubble fight here. Space Station go in with V3 Vega.
They got the jump, they've got that high ground, they jump down, they get the first 2 knocked, and it's looking good for Space Station. Not only can they win this fight, but then that gets them the position. A little bit of help from players, as Hardeki did steal one of the kills onto 1-tap, but it's V3 Vega that are out in 17th. Players still holding this high ground position inside of the circle, and he's just barely on the northern side. So much vision, and they get that down onto Frex as well.
Hardeki playing away from his team. Sure, that's kind of his role as the Ash, but I mean, it's an aggressive comp, right? Ash, Bangalore, Val could be the point legend there, but it also could be the Ash having to use the phase breach to get back to the teams and just trying to, you know, juice that position for all it's worth and grab any and all KP that come their way.
So a little overview as we head into round 4. We have 14 squads remaining as we just saw Kick get eliminated in the kill feed. Players is going to be a team to watch. I don't think they're going to be inside of that next circle, so eventually we'll have to move away from this position up high. They do have that Triton available. They've got a team potentially pinned down.
There's a team pinned down, there's a team right underneath them. That'll be Burger actually playing in the little cut there below them. It looks like that was actually a rat, I think. We saw maybe just a 1 player. Yeah, Penutta from Fennel is sitting around there as well. We've got Space Station Gaming a little bit further down. Just, look, they're definitely not sandbagging this game, but they're certainly using them as some cover.
Just wondering who's really going to get the best position and get it first. Right now, it's looking like that could actually be Space Station. Is there a chance they go back to back? That would all but confirm them a spot in the finals. As we look at GMT, they are getting involved as well.
They're going up against Totem Esports. I think that is down there on the southern eastern side of this circle. There's Dewa, the APAC South team. They're just lurking around here. See them down just on the bottom side of that.
Speaking of lurking though, Team Empire also lurking as well down to the south side of this circle. Now they had a chance maybe to push over to that little foray of Totem and GMT, Dewa, but they are actually playing more for position.
Yeah, they are. A lot of these teams actually, they've disengaged. Totem looks like they've gone away from GMT. Dewa not pulling the trap just yet. And look, considering where this circle is in the very limited amount of cover, I think the 14 squads we've got alive are about to diminish rapidly in the next 30 seconds as this ring closes.
Triple purple for NRG. They have a tough road ahead of them. Let's hear what they have to say.
Big Rock is not looking at us at all. Team playing in the middle here on my red. Watching Valks.
In the box as well.
The Valk there as well. Wait, maybe. What did I see here? Nothing. Making sure no one's routing behind us.
Fighting here. In the box,
Crack KB. On that rock. I'm batting. Look for those kills.
He died.
I'm popping that.
Wait for me. I'm healing. Box team just got landed on. Prep to third this fight. Get ready to run across this. Wait for Nox first.
Shoot their left team. Don't shoot yet, but shoot the left team when they fight.
Cross at 40. Can we give you ult left?
Yeah. I'm batting, Sam. Not with you. I'm batting. Good give you ult.
There's still a team on the rock.
By yourself completely.
I'm fine.
I'm cracking them. Are you good?
One's flash. Caustic dead. He's in the bubble though.
I'm gonna try some fun. Bubble res me. You're fine. He's from the height. Get back to. Good job. They're gonna fight there.
They're not pushing. They're not
pushing. All right, I'm gonna get back inside. Can we look for underneath the rock over here? Like right here?
Careful, everyone's looking at it. That's a different team holding like it's a different team.
Okay, we're gonna have to fight for that. That's in. That rock right there. Valk right there in the middle of the open. We need to start pressuring this team.
Below the rock?
Yes.
Okay,
They're in a corner right in front of us. Valk at 30. I just got you raised. Jesus Christ, dude. Wingman, by the way. I think we need to get to this corner right here. Like after here. You have 20 seconds to heal. You're fine. We're gonna get to this corner and we're gonna swing them with Caustical. Are you gonna have Caustical?
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, there's a rat right here, southwest right here, Rocker. Can we shoot him together and get the KP?
I'm healing.
Hit him 75. They TP'd above somewhere.
I'm not gonna have give you for this.
You're not going to?
No.
We just gotta win the fight versus this team here. Okay, Caustic's trying to get barrels out. Can you guys watch this swing?
Yeah, I'm looking at. There's a Valk with a wingman.
Let's Valk ult, I think.
Come to me.
Bubble here.
Bubbling.
Alright, Fried in here. I'm dead. Just try to run here. Try to keep running here. This kid doesn't fucking miss the wingman. Okay, do you see why I didn't want to fight?
Unfortunately for NRG, they fall in 8th place. Can't find too much more players now. Triple Red, they have been taking advantage of this high ground position. But Genome, can they find victory?
It's a very good chance for them, I would say. Xenos, you can see the zone keeps closing in, and we were talking about, do they have playable space? I think they actually did. The rest of the rock was just pushing forward, and now the other teams are just having to fight for low ground, and I can tell you, that's not where you want to be.
CLG gone, game with as well follows it. Isle down, so it's only 2 up at the moment for Space Station. Empire involved, same with AD Raccoon, but players still with that high ground. This is where they can really punish all of these teams.
You know, we were talking earlier about how much ammo they had left on that charge rifle, and it has lasted them all the way to the end game. PKMK, you can see huge amounts of damage, 5 kills on Leo as well.
They only got the 3 points in match 1. They are surely going to pick up a lot more here in match 2 and potentially book themselves a place in the finals if they can find a big win here.
3v3v3, Burger have managed to use the Caustic to play that position down low and keep the space for themselves. They commit a bubble for some loot. Wow. Interesting decision. Oh, I'll have to talk to them about that one later. There's got to be something behind that. In the meantime, Empire also down low, trying to work out how to play this, and I just don't know how any of these teams... Basically, they're just going to have to outlast the high ground until it comes... you know, until players are forced to drop. If they can't do that, I can't see anyone else winning.
Well, there's not too much time for players, though. I can see them on the map feed here. They haven't got a whole lot of time before that zone's going to push them off. But hey, maybe we are going to see Burger get on top of them now and turn the tide the other way. PKMK loses out, same as Harddecky. Empire, can they third party? Can they be the team that catches both Burger and players?
Well, Burger, it felt like they didn't want to take the fight, but players decided they saw an opening. I don't think they fitted through it, though, because Team Empire are just coming off the back, and this is going to be one of the easiest cleanups in a fight I've seen in a while, actually. Oh, man. Empire, look, all credit to them. They made it to the end game and did very well and just hit off to the side there, but as far as I could see, there was still high ground available, and I'm not quite sure why players dropped off there.
Oh, well, let's not worry about that one. Let's celebrate Team Empire finding success here in match 2. They'll take the win. They don't care how they get the win. They've got 4 more matches. Probably have to do as much now as well compared to some other teams. That is a big amount of pressure lifted off their shoulders. They had 0 points for match 1, Gino. They didn't have anything going into match 2. They'll have a lot going into match 3.
I mean, we were giving them a lot of shtick, right? And they've certainly hit back at us, and probably any of the other critics, probably in Twitch chat. I'm guessing there's a couple there.
Oh, mate, don't worry about that one. Let's, of course, celebrate for Team Empire. This is their chance of redemption today, right? This is their way of refinding some form, getting their way into the finals. A big result for them. It wasn't an easy one. If you think back towards the mid-game of this one, they had to make that choice. Do you third party early in the middle portion, or do you rotate for position? They went for position, and in the end, that worked out well for them. They found their kills in the late game too. So 23 points in total. We talked about sort of cut-off points and where that could be. That's around the early 30 points. They've done a lot here.
And look at I feel there was a lot of kills going a lot of ways in this game, and players who had the fantastic spot up the top only finishing with 7. I say 7. I mean, 7's a fantastic
14 points is pretty good.
effort, right? But I just honestly would have expected more out of that position. It felt like they converted, but perhaps not as well as they could have.
What I will say there for players is a lot of teams, of course, it was such an open area to the point where they don't want to then push into the sightline of players. So they really did have to work for it in the end. These teams, of course, the bottom 10 from this match for match number 2. Not a whole lot of points, but Daewoo United 5 points, Kick with 3 from a couple of early fights, Otic with 4 despite going out early. Those points matter. Every single point adds up. You need to be getting points on a rather consistent basis if you're going to the finals.
Well, you need probably more than 5 on average. So someone like Daewoo, that's barely keeping their heads above water.
That's better than 0, better than 1. You'll take 5, especially if you go out rather early. A team, though, that did not go out rather early is Team Empire. They had a lot of damage in the end. I think they maybe even went a little under the radar for us in that match. We had eyes, of course, on the likes of NRG, then players after them. But, you know, you look at Cleve, 6 kills, 1,600 damage, all of them having a large amount of damage. A big game from them.
I like how you say under the radar when we were sort of criticizing them for their radar usage earlier with the Bloodhound pick, but it's almost been you know, the story of the tournament, the ups and downs for Team Empire as they flex between compositions and flex between doing really, really well and frankly not so well.
Obviously for Team Empire, a big chunk of points for them there in match 2. They probably don't need too much more. A team that really doesn't need a whole lot more now, though, is Space Station. 32 points. They lead the way. That's basically what we would almost estimate the cutoff to be in the end when all 6 matches are played out. So you would have to think Space Station should be going to the finals, and the teams directly below them should be following them as long as they can continue to get some consistent points.
If it was a first past the post system, Space Station would probably already be there. The interesting thing to me here, Xenox, is the shift in the teams who have gone through and the regions they come from. We're seeing some APAC South, some EMEA there as well, and the APAC North teams have dropped down a little bit.
These teams, though, Gino, these teams right now are on the chopping block. 10 places where they will be going home. You want to be on the other graphic if you want to play in the finals tomorrow. Of course, some of them, actually, you know what? The majority of them do have some points from the first 2 matches, so they're not out of it. And the other thing I say, you know, I was on the desk before and I was talking about consistency and about being able to get points. A lot of these teams do have the capability of having those big games, those pop-off games. While you would love the consistency, they can still do it.
Exactly, consistency, right? You know, they have the pop-off games and then sometimes they don't, and they had just enough of that to get through to this losers bracket round 2. Do they have just enough of that to make it through to tomorrow's games and the final 20 teams in the ALGS Split 2 playoffs.
We're going to go to a short break. When we do come back, though, it will be our final match of Storm Point here for the losers bracket round 2. Two matches in the book here for the losers bracket, round number 2. We are going to get to the busy end very shortly here. Match 3 coming up. Of course, it will be our final game of Storm Point. Gino, before we head over to World's Edge to then close things out. At the moment, 8 points, roughly the cut off. That's not going to be the case when it's all said and done over towards match 8. If you've started slow, this is where you really need to get points. I cannot stress it enough. You do not want to be on that bot attempt. You do not want to be going home.
These teams don't want to come all the way to Stockholm, Xenox, and only play 2 days. They want the full experience. They want to be here for the Sunday. They want the chance to win that $250,000 first prize.
So let's have a little comparison. Hardeki, Zaniel. Now these stats look a little bit better. We had some graphics earlier on, and in the green room we were kind of sitting back. I think you and Jordan were casting, and we're like, oh, maybe these aren't the best, but these are looking pretty good, and they are very, very close in terms of kills, average damage. I mean, you almost can't split them.
I mean, even that highest damage, like 2.4k. All right, Hardeki, I see you. And yeah, look, Hardeki, you expect that from this guy, right? close to the pinnacle of a player skill in Apex right now. You know, he's really looking to put the team on his back and make it all the way to champion. Keep saying that. No, it's just Sunday. It's just any old Sunday. Okay, it's playoff Sunday.
Yes. It certainly is. Now, just quickly as well, Gino, one thing I wanted to bring up, there's a team down the bottom at the moment. They're in last place. You don't really want to be there, but it's only 2 matches. That's fine. There's 4 more to go. It's a team, of course, that's called Totem Esports. Now, we saw them have a massive comeback, didn't we, in the losers bracket round 1. I think it was the last 2 matches, wasn't it?
You think it's going to be 3rd time the charm? I mean, day 1, right?
They've done it once, they've done it twice. Surely they can do it again.
They have the big finish. It didn't really help them out all that much, to be honest. Here in the losers bracket round 1, they have the massive win. It's like, you know, the majority of their points to get them over the line. Look, if you think they can do it a 3rd time, Xenox, honestly, that's a bold prediction.
Well, they're a little bit like me. I like to leave my homework to the last second and submit on the day that it's due, and that's the way that Totem Esports have been so far. Let's, though, turn our attention to match number 3 here, Storm Point. This is going to be the final time we see Storm Point for day 2 of the ALGS playoffs. For some teams, this might be a blessing. Maybe they prefer World's Edge.
There's definitely something to be said for you know, teams going for one over the other. I'm trying to think back. We've had some of those little clips that we play, you know, during our downtime in the games, and definitely some teams were saying that they preferred Storm Point over World's Edge.
So match 3, the losers bracket round 2. After this, we will be halfway through this round. We will be able to see which teams really need to pick up the pace and which teams maybe are 1 foot in the door for the finals tomorrow. Team Empire, you could argue right now that they are definitely knocking down the door, and honestly, just one more good game should get them right through to the finals. Looking at maybe the sort of leaderboard right now, though, Space Station, GameWith, and Empire on our screens, all in really good positions. Team Burger as well, Gino, I think in a really good position. Of course, already 2 APAC South teams are into the finals. Can they get a 3rd, maybe even a 4th, with they were at the moment in 10th place?
Yeah, and they've got the Circle today, Xenox. They've got the Circle this game, I should say. They've also got Cascade Falls. B3 Vega stealing a little bit of loot away from them. You can actually see that they're sort of crowding their western edge there, which it's not a POI, and honestly, I'm a little bit confused why they're going for this. I mean, Cliffside Depot is kind of open. There's only 1 team at Barometer. You very often see teams split that. So V3 Vega dropping here is honestly a little bit concerning for the amount of loot that they are going to start the game off with. I mean, I say that, old mate Jigen just walking out with a purple, but it's better than Fragment East, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. And they've moved away from the Watson as well. Obviously on Storm Point, they do mix it up a bit. They were United Esports, though. I mean, what a story, not just for them, but for APAC South in general. Gino, they've been the talk of the town. You read Reddit, you see all of the posts about how everyone's surprised with how they've performed.
Yeah, well, look, the Indonesian team's fantastic to get 2 of them over here into the playoffs. And, you know, they've been a team that has been around in APAC South for a long time. You know, we've cast them so many times over at Longshot, and I feel like I really wanted to touch on Easy Flash's story quickly because, you know, this guy's just been putting up ridiculous damage numbers. You know, he used to be the Gibby player, I believe, for his team. And, you know, with the long-range weapons, a lot of poke, back in the days where we were only playing World's Edge, you know, that's how he got a lot of his damage up. Now he's actually doing that on the Valkyrie as well. It's really impressive to see that he's made that transition through the Legends and still hasn't lost any of his deadliness.
Lovely, lovely backstory there from you, Gino. Speaking of stories, let's see if Sweet has a story for us.
Growing the NRG competitive team and also kind of piggybacking on NRG's already exceptional content creator core in Apex has really created a really large fan base for us to have behind us, and you know, doing well in tournaments and seeing thousands of people congratulate us afterwards really makes it all that much better. So shout out to NRG, but mostly shout out to NRG's fans and you guys who remain positive and mature in the comment section and, you know, rooting for us in a great manner. Thank you.
Well, talking about sort of staying positive, that's something this team needs to do right now.
And it's something they're actually really good at, generally. I mean, Sweet, we heard his IGLing last games. You know, if you were someone at home who's thinking about getting into competitive Apex, maybe thinking about leveling up your game, this is the guy I would suggest you go out and check out his stream and see how he manages his team, how he communicates with them, because I think he's one of the best role models in Apex esports right now to learn that skill from.
Definitely cannot disagree with you on that one. GMT, I mean, they're having a lot of fun today at the moment inside of the top 10. 12 points. Their match 1 was certainly a lot better than their match 2, but I think they're still a team to keep an eye on. I'll be surprised if they don't make it into the finals. They are playing really well here on day 2. Odic on the rotation, just the 5 points at the moment, but again, the story's all about these teams having the ability to find results, especially when it matters most, and I think these guys are certainly capable of that. Now, EMP comes out. Now, Odic, this is a stressful situation for them here in match 3.
Oh, GMT on the other side of that, I believe that was the Crypto EMP there that came in to harass them as they landed in the building. Sitting up there at the wall. GMT, I think they've had some scuffles with some teams early on to try and contest that position. Not doing too well with it either. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they find themselves here in the losers bracket.
Well, they've been doing a little bit better as of recent. In fact, I think for Fennel, things have actually turned to the worst. Currently in the bottom 4 as well. Only 4 points to be exact. They need to turn things around, but Fennel just have a knack for doing that. I know they're not really on our screens at the moment, but it's a little story from APAC North. It's always Fennel. They always find a way. When it looks like they're down and out, they find wins, they find the ability to qualify. I'm almost expecting that from them once again.
Well, plenty of games left to prove themselves. Xenox, 4 more chances, and not a single player I don't believe has been downed yet or even eliminated. With the full 60 players still in our lobby. If we could get to the end of round 1 without that happening, honestly, it could even be the first time in this tournament that's
I'm going to say it's the first time. I don't care. I'll throw it out there. I think it may end up being the first time. If we get into round 2 and we got all 60 players remaining, that would be staggering. There's a look at that leaderboard and the teams, especially on this side of it. Not too many points, but still so many matches to play through. Of course, Space Station game with Empire, Burger, all looking very, very good right now to get to the finals tomorrow. A finals that you will not want to miss. We are shaping it up with some of the best teams, Genome, so it's just a matter of finding those last couple of teams.
Yeah, look, and as Kate tells me, there's a couple of other little reveals that might be coming tomorrow. I don't want to say too much, but Apex Esports or just a general Apex Legends fan, you might want to tune into the broadcast tomorrow.
Definitely. That is definitely something you're not going to want to miss. Minute 40 until round 2, and now I'm very much on the bandwagon here. I really just want to make sure we get to round 2 with 60 players alive. Let it happen, please. But Gino, when you look at sort of the circle here, is there a reason why we haven't really seen any action so far?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's very central, a lot of space around Cascade Falls. We're actually seeing it encompass. It could be in that hill that goes up to Command Center. They're always a fun circle. There's a lot of stuff to play around. You can kind of sit at the wall for a while and a little bit of cover to go there for these teams as well. But yeah, I mean, I suppose we've got... Because it's central, you've got teams rotating in from all directions, so they don't necessarily have to run past each other.
That's true. Right, colliding on the rotation, that's something we see a lot of. We've been able to see it quite a lot, actually, not only just today, but also yesterday as well. I mean, we already actually have a lot of teams. Like, when you actually see the map itself, you can see that pretty much half the lobby is already sort of on top of each other. No one's just necessarily fighting. Top 20 players by playoffs damage so far. Here's number 1. We had him on the desk before. Really, really good insight there. Still, 60 players alive. Only 25 seconds remaining until round 2. And at this point now, I'm starting to believe.
I can't believe Gunja, man, has actually caught up to Huckus. And there might be some calculations to do there in terms of, you know, who's played more matches or something.
That's true.
Look.
Well, there's averages.
That's probably, yeah, true. Yeah. That was looking at the average damage as well, wasn't it? So, yeah, incredible numbers there from those guys. And look, where are we at? 3 seconds left.
It's going to happen.
2, 1, we've made it. Peace, world peace has been achieved.
It is world peace at the moment. No one really wants to fight anyone. We've got still all 60 players alive in round 2. There's that mini-map, gentlemen. This is what I was trying to say. Look at the congestion around Cascade Falls itself. So many teams already here, and you're just waiting, wondering, when's this going to pop off?
Oh, it's a heartwarming story. I'm half expecting the players to start, putting their shields on the ground, laying down the weapons as well, and just embracing each other in the middle of Cascade Falls.
Yeah, no, I want to see some action. Come on, guys, let's turn it up a notch here. Reply told them they could be the team to do it. We know they left it late, obviously, in day 1, and now I think they'll do it again in day 2. Of course, we saw them really leaving it late in the losers bracket round 1. For these guys, still did not want to count them out. Space Station, though, looking very well equipped. Double purple and dropped with the red armor as well. They got the 32 points. They are having a lot of fun right now here in the losers bracket round 2.
I'm going to just assume that defensive bombardment was a zoning tool. They weren't trying to hurt anybody. It was just, to keep the peace.
Average survival time. I think that's very fitting right now because everyone's going to be able to improve their average survival time in this game. Minute and 30 seconds to go here for round 2.
One interesting thing to think about is if no one starts fighting, you don't get the third parties. It's almost like a negative feedback loop, right? Where because there's no opportunities, no easy opportunities for some of these teams to fight the others, that we don't get that follow-on effect that you so often see in Apex. And wow, it's a circle with a lot of room.
There is another factor to all of this, right? This is your final chance to get into the finals. You don't want to be putting a foot wrong. You do not want to be making mistakes. You don't want to be the team that pushes maybe too early, then puts yourself in a bad position, then you get third party. Everything that you're doing right now is super, super calculated as we see Space Station. While they make the first move, it seems, here, Skyward Dive on the move. Of course, they're in the #1 spot. There's no pressure on them right now. They know they're probably going to be going to the finals, so they can play with no pressure at all.
We can see that there's someone in the building that they're landing on. Will they be able to take it? They hear the noise. They're going to have to go underneath. Bubble used. All of a sudden, the dome of protection is all that stands between them and the watchful eyes of NRG.
Well, we speak about Space Station and, of course, going to the finals being just about a given. NRG, well, talk about polar opposite. At the moment, 15th position. Not a whole lot of points, 6 to be exact. They do have double purple. Rocket still on blue. Let's get that crack. The Arcstar as well. Frex down, so it's dropped. That's courtesy. Oh, sweet. That we heard from before. This is massive for NRG. Can this be what sort of ignites the flame for them to close out the losers bracket round 2 and find a way to get into that top 10?
Incredible Arcstar stick there. Well, actually, no, sorry, I don't think it was a stick. I think they just, did a hell of a lot of damage with it. They consolidate their position. They're going to have time to get some more barrels back up. You can see other people starting to look for this. It's that chain reaction that we talked of.
And the live update for the 9th position for NRG off those 3 kills. Thank you very much, Space Station, for that. That's going to help out NRG. Sweet onto red armor now as well. Nathan on purple. They're looking good. This could be the game for them to find form closing out today. Closing out day 2. Can NRG, though, use this platform and build off of it?
I think you were so right about the reason the lobby was slowing down, Xenox, or at least there might have been a multitude of reasons that we've kind of talked about there, but definitely one to think about is the fact that these players are feeling that stress, that anxiety, the pressure that we've got here for them to make it through to the Sunday here with having to be
he's scratching his ear.
10.
They're just sitting around. You've got the crypto drone, of course, with Legetto, who's just getting the information. But, obviously F-Chan and Saku, I mean, they're messing their hair up. They're just sitting back. I feel like that's what half the lobby's doing right now. Space Station probably just got bored. They're like, can we go to the finals yet? Closed door over there. Round 3, Genome. 19 squads, 57 players alive. This cannot be sustained, though.
No, we are going to get, I saw some information soon about where that circle's going to shift. Seems to just be getting smaller and smaller.
That's what happens.
Yeah, like in a very sort of middling way, though, is what I'm talking about, Xenox, as you see here on the screen. You were talking about the hard shifts earlier in some of the games we saw in Storm Point this series, but This time, it's not very. It's very just very much the constricting of the circle. So now, you know, we were talking about the hill going all the way up to command center. It looks like some teams will be able to play from there for a little while longer, but you know, then they'll have to start pushing down.
All right. Well, while that happens, let's go and have a listen in with Kick.
They drones will be back soon, like 5 seconds max. They probably let the drone inside and EMP from inside, you know?
Yeah, but they will miss it.
What? You would? That's good for us.
Yeah, they are fighting that.
That's good. You need to focus on this guy then.
I am, I don't see them coming bottom neither.
No, they cannot go bottom, bro.
They can.
Is that a Kraber?
Yeah, it is a Kraber.
Okay, I almost got headshotted.
I don't think they're here, bro.
They need to be.
No, they could have run away. They could just run away around from the way. I think they would have moved by now, right? Yeah, they would have tried something, bro. There's no way that they are crouching there. By the way, they are fighting here.
We should trip it. See this guy on top?
Up top, shoot him. I wasn't ready.
You shouldn't shoot.
He's white shield up top on the right. What are we gonna do? It's fine. Where do you wanna play, Taco?
Keep moving left. Watch out, Kraber, bro. You know they have Kraber. Move left.
But hey, right in front of me. Hey.
Yeah, shoot
give him. Fuck one. It's fine, they bubbled. I will ulti them later, okay?
Move right side.
It's fine, yeah.
Stick to the right side.
I ulted them, okay?
I got below here. Come, follow me. You need to follow me. You need to follow me.
I am.
Kill
He
this
missed
guy.
a Kraber shot.
It's a rat. Kill him.
Give it in. Nice.
Can we kill this guy?
Yeah, we can. Go.
This one.
AP spot.
He's so low. You kill him, Yarka.
Dead.
Nice, stay here on the car. Stay on the car.
Nice. Up top of team, no? No. I got just on the car.
I'm
one. Just crouch there. No. Okay, I'm bubbling here. Say. Maybe we Valkyrie somewhere?
We don't need to. They're gonna int here. Just come to me. Come to my spot. Hide here.
Nice. It's very good. Nice. Hide. Chaotic.
Hide. They will force a fight on that small town there in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to trip it out. The racing is fine. They're into each other, I think. No, they're not yet. I'm watching them.
Do you wanna kill or
Don't pick.
No.
Okay. One team at top, one team at bottom. They will fight.
Okay, they will link each other and trade. No. It's fine.
Is the crypto drone from cascade? It's fine.
One on. Maybe now. Maybe now.
There is only two guys
I
up top.
knock one up top.
Nice, come. I'm gonna spawn up here.
Do. Chaotic, go with him, Chaotic. I am. Go. Empty shit, you both. I'm coming. Just finish kill.
Don't finish.
It's my kill, bro.
Oh,
my kill.
We have a full team with us, by the way.
Here.
A team here. A team. Another team. I'm not hitting a shot with a weak.
Gold Havoc. It's fine. I'm playing 3-1. Do you wanna take Gold Havoc? Wait, no. I take. Take. I dropped everything. Thank you. I've got no med kits, none. I dropped.
I have one only.
So where do we play?
I'm thinking about it. We need to play on this tree, I think. We need to play on this tree, I think. We need to play on our side. We need to kill the team below us.
We go back left?
I think we can, but the door is...
We gotta kill the
team
below us, sir.
Listen. Cross what I say. 3, 2, 1. No. Go. Move.
Move left, like Usaka is saying.
Move to where we're playing.
Yeah. Stay here.
Stay there. I'm gonna give you info on the team on the house.
I'm gonna go up here. Look again. It's a good spot. Okay.
They got Evo ulted. The team on the house.
So maybe we can win a bit more?
Yes.
Hey, Valko, I'm safe here. In front of me, I'm safe.
Landed. Here. Shoot this guy.
Shoot them. Keep it one.
Half HP caustic.
Keep the pressure on them, boys.
Yep.
They are our main focus. Roof as well.
Move to the right side.
I'm moving.
It's a duo here.
It's fine. Stay.
Yeah, but we need to
Usaka below you. Stay back.
I cracked one.
Knock one.
Fox right.
Mark one. I'm healing. Stay
Go
here.
to the tree. Or stay on the rock.
You
On
find
me,
the
Keurig, on me.
Knocked on me.
On me, and we need to go left.
I know.
Yeah, you need to
Just
reset
knocked on me
and go
for
left.
now.
Freaking red, I think. He's aping.
I'm covering the nade. I'm covering the nade. I'm covering the
Don't die.
nade.
We need to go full left. Go left, into left.
No, I think we should have
Fuck, we
stayed,
cannot.
bro. We
No, we
should have
couldn't
stayed.
stay. We couldn't
Yes,
stay.
we could.
Fortunate for Kick, they do go out there, but Genome, they're not going to be the only squad. There is not much room, maybe a couple of rocks, a bit of terrain, but you can hear just how hectic those communications were. You'd have to imagine most teams would be feeling the same kind of pressure.
Absolutely. Maybe not one of them NRG. I mean, they've got 7 kills, so they've at least got something to take away from this, even if they were to go down now. But I'm not expecting that. 3 Reds and NRG are actually in a decent position. They've got more space than almost any other team in this lobby right now. A couple of teams towards the south, they're just playing behind these shells, probably waiting to peek out at the very last moment. There's another 30 seconds before the zone will close. And honestly, the southern teams, at that point, I'm almost ready to say see you later.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you would have to expect maybe 1 or 2 teams might be able to make their way out from the south. Don't discount maybe some Valk Skyward Dive rotates as well. If you can possibly, that could be a factor too.
Yeah, the ones who we are thinking are in good positions are NRG, of course, as mentioned, but then also V3 Vega, GMT, and Fennel. They're the ones sitting towards the northwestern side, and they have some space and cover to work with.
10 squads left, 28 players alive, deep into round 5. There's one of those Skyward Dives now. Team Berg are currently 3rd place on the live standings. They've done well. They may be just yet another APAC South team to go to the finals.
So you can see this road that's just cutting through the middle. If you're on the road, you're going to be road kill, I guarantee it. The teams north and south of there, however, need to control that space.
It's Reply Totem. They're here. They're handing in the homework maybe a little bit early this time, rather than leaving it to the final 2 matches inside of the top 10 squads remaining. Can they be a factor? As you said, that road is not where you want to be. You do not want to be roadkill. You want to be the vehicle.
Teams Valk holding now, EMPs coming out, bubbles deleted, Reply Totem about to go the same way if they're not careful. NRG, however, with their rotation, managed to find a spot where everyone else is not their problem. Now they're going to push in here. We do see them taking down Fennel, and that gives them control over this the southern side.
Fennel not completely out though, not just yet. They've still got a couple of players. It's now V3 Vega that get eliminated. Now Nathan is down for NRG. They're inside of the top 5 in terms of points. Can they get more from this? They go for the revive, they cancel it. AD Raccoon are gone. So is They Were United. Only 3 squads remaining. Who can come out of this one alive? They're going once again for that revive, but once again they get off of it. Can they get Nathan back up or not? Sweet loses his armor. Does he go for a swap? He tried, but there wasn't much on that one though. He pops up, but then he goes down. It's Shakabo from Fennel, but no, this time it won't be them. They're eliminated too. It's GMT. They're feeling it. They're loving it. GMT take out Storm points. Final match here for match 3.
And Nasty was popping off there in that cam. Oh, the guy was so happy. Take a bow, you deserve it. It's been an incredible day 2 for the GMT lads. Xenox, day 1 left something to be desired, but he desires the win here in the split 2 player, so GMT is going to do their utmost to make it through to Sunday.
What a way to close out the final match of Storm Point. Of course, still 3 more matches to play here for the losers bracket round 2. But for GMT, you can see all smiles, Genome, because I would imagine with that victory, they had 12 points coming into this game. That should very well be enough to maybe see them through to the finals, and definitely deserved, isn't it?
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that got them over the line, Xenox. And look, not only that, it was such a hectic circle. I mean, what was that, 15 squads left at round 5?
Yeah.
You don't see that. You just don't see that very often.
No.
And for them to come out of that chaos as the victors, I mean, someone's got to be the victor, but damn if they didn't earn it.
They weren't the only ones that had a really big game, though. In fact, one that had a technically bigger game was NRG when it came to the total points. They had 22 points to their name, 13 kills. Yes, they obviously only came away with that second place victory, but geez, they did so much right.
Yeah, man, we checked in with them. I think they had 7 kills at that point. So in the brief amount of time after that, they managed to wipe another 2 squads and add that to their total. So yeah, look, you're certainly going to be lauding GMT after that one, but in terms of points, in terms of what matters towards getting you into that top 10, it's NRG who actually take away the most, surprisingly, here from match 3.
A couple of other teams as well benefiting, one of them being Fennel, 14 points there for the APAC North team. Kick getting 5 points from this game. We had that listen in with them. Of course, they, like many teams, had a lot of big pressure on them. We heard it in their communications.
It was. There was so much on them, and honestly, everyone else in that frantic final lobby. Team Empire, someone who didn't do too well under the pressure. This time, I feel like I'm back in primary school in 1995. Xenos.
1995? Oh my
God. The yo-yos coming out from Team Empire right now. Just up and down every game.
The other thing I wanted to quickly touch on their game with Space Station, the two teams that were 1 and 2 respectively going into that game, both went out in second last and last place respectively. Of course, though, for our champion squad, GMT Esports, Naski 6 killed, no assists. We don't need to assist, we just get the job done. And pretty decent spread of damage as well for these guys. 9 kills in total, massive game. I think I've already kind of tallied it up. I think around 33 points for them. That should see them over the cutoff point.
Yeah, very solid there. Mayday, the super sub, just coming in with some support, the 800 damage here. I mean, look, not huge damage numbers from them. So the fact that they got over 20 points for this game 3 is actually very impressive. That's a highly efficient gamut that they've run there.
So that Storm Point finished. Of course, 3 more matches. Now we'll send it over to the panel where they can break everything down.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so much, Jensen. Well done bringing us through our 3 Storm Point map games. Well, gents, we are back here. We have seen some greatness in this losers bracket round number 2. Evan, we are going to talk about GMT in a second, but let's turn back the clock for a moment and take a look at our leaderboard. Just kidding. This is our present, as we say. We got to talk real quick as we are looking at our leaderboard. Bring it to me here, Rain Day. I see GMT right up top, but Space Station quick behind.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that if on day 1, when I first picked them to perform, they did, I would have been very, very happy at the top of the talent predictions. I unfortunately have got CLG in this one, and so they're not going to represent me very well. My angst continues. But GMT, I think, honestly, have been one of the greatest stories here. I think, in general, being able to be connected to Strafey, who's at home.
That's right.
Can't be here. I know the whole world wants him to be here just so that they can show their best foot here, their best foot forward, their best opportunity to succeed. The fact that they're still doing it with Matey coming in, playing such a huge role, Dell and Naski keeping the enthusiasm. I think at LAN, there hasn't been a player that's been happier, that's been more talkative, that's been more like infectious than Naski. And that's kind of been what has made me root for GMT in my own way.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at this second page, Bardolph, we know that 10 of our top go forward, 10 are not, and this is that 10.
Yeah, so we've got a middling area, and then we've got the rest. And I'd say the rest starts at about 15 to 20. But the thing is, well, okay, so 1 win. I think a win is a lot to ask, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Only 1 team can win. There's only 3 chances to win. So maybe it comes down to being consistent in the next 3 games with some kills at the very least. That has to be your minimum. You can't be going out in last place in these remaining games. Otherwise, you're just really going to limit your chances to so close to 0, and it's not even going to be funny. And if you get down to 2 games or 1 game, and you have to find a win, otherwise there's no chance. There's going to be so much hesitation. Like that's not a situation anybody wants to be in. We can see that AD Raccoon are almost creeping up towards that 10th place position. But again, a lot can change. But will a lot change in these next 3 games? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, indeed. And of course, we are done and dusted on Storm Point today here. Killer Pigeon, that is a story that will stick with me forever. But now we're moving on to World's Edge. World's Edge, and we've seen online teams be very consistent. So we've seen teams go back-to-back, Storm Point to World's Edge, and win. But we haven't seen that yet here on LAN.
No, it has been quite the switcheroo, and I think the thing to look out for is especially Team Burger showing some promise. Like, we have to keep in mind that Team Burger and Ad Raccoon, they only just ended up down here, right? Like, they were 11th and 12th. Like, it was that close, and I don't think the point differential was that big. So I'm glad to see Team Burger turn up. Raccoon, kind of disappointed. I mean, they've got a high reputation to keep right now. APAC has been the region I think has been surprising everybody here. But the other ones that I've been keeping an eye on, maybe it's because I guessed them, I went for the prediction on them, but SSG, that survival time is still high.
I said
but you know
smugness.
no, because here's where my smugness gets slapped around the face, James, because SSG went out first in that round. They've been getting caught out. Players targeted them in the second round, the one that Empire was able to clutch up, and they put them down to 2 players early on. Like, SSG were comfortable to begin with, but now it feels like people have clocked what their movements are, and they're actually cutting them off time and time again. So this is an opportunity for a switch up. One thing I'm looking for as well is Element 6. I think they definitely have the potential to make top 10 still, and I do feel like their storm points have been worse than their World's Edge. The curious part about that, to bring back SSG back in though, is they actually contest similar areas. Both of them regularly ending up in Skyhook. I think that's going to be a hot area to look for.
Ooh, and there it is. Well, while we talk about SSG, let's stick with them and talk about game number 1 because, of course, Killer Pigeon, I'm going to stick with you for a minute because I know you've kept them in your eyesight right now. As we take a look at these highlights, they certainly showcase what they can do on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the key for me was when we get to later in this clip, we'll see how they handle the final circle. Like, patience is king. This is the thing that I've been kind of trying to really drill into people here, is this team, compared to where they were yesterday, where they understood how to survive, they now understand when to push. They didn't go greedy. They didn't aggress that top spot. They understood that the moment that a fight breaks out is when it's their time to surge forward. And it's not easy to be that patient. When you're playing blind and you're just watching the amount of squads tick down, there's limited info available to you. So you have to listen for every amount of spray, how many guns are still firing off to make your move. And I think that's what they've done a phenomenal job of. And I think they can continue to do if they can make that final ring, which is the big curse for them as this series goes on.
Speaking of final rings, I know, James, you have been talking up Team Empire all day today. They came back with match number 2 as we take a look at these highlights. Talk to me a little bit about what you saw there and how they brought in the W.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Coming in first place, but the real W, along with the placement, was 11 kills in that game. So important for multiple reasons. We're lacking a little consistency, it has to be said, here for Empire. In the first game, they came 16th, no kills. In the third game, they came 14th, no kills. Even though this one game was good in game 2, those kills will be important because if they go inconsistent as well in the second half, they may not necessarily make it despite having won a match. So again, that was very important, but they have to find consistency even if it's only in kills in these next games.
Absolutely. And Evan, as we talk about the difference between kills and placement points, we have to mention this match number 3. GMT came out on top, of course, but NRG pulled in 13 kills, not that W.
And here's the problem. There's a difference between kills and placement points. There's a difference between placement points and wins. And we're starting to veer towards who can win. It doesn't matter if you can get the highest score in the lobby over the course of 6 games anymore. In fact, Audic, a team that was, I think, top 3 for most of our lobby in the last losers bracket, they're in 18th, 19th place right now with only 4 points. It doesn't help if you can't win, and that's the thing that I'm starting to shift towards. NRG close, but second place. GMT got the victory. That's what I want to see more of, and that's who's going to catch my eye, because it's all about grand finals, really.
Yes, it is, actually. And James, talk to me a little bit about those grand finals. We like to talk about today. We got 3 more games to go to find out who's going there. However, we do know it's match point, and that absolutely, you got to put it all together in order to win there.
Yeah, and but to get there, I think ultimately it doesn't matter how you get there. It doesn't matter how ugly it is, as long as you make it there. I think TSM in the last playoffs are a perfect example of that. Didn't do great in the online stage. When it came down to crunch time in those finals, they absolutely smashed and had a beautiful victory. And there are teams that are capable of that. Of course, NRG have had a really difficult weekend so far, but if they can make it, and the same goes for any other team as well who's in this current group, if they can make it to the final, again, doesn't matter how they get there. If there's fortune involved or whatever it takes,
need a little
make it there when the pressure is at its highest, then maybe they can deliver.
Well, we'll find out if they can deliver. Certainly the pressure is on. We've got game number 4 coming up right after this.
3 more games is all that we have here, as we will be determining our 20 teams to compete in the Match Point Championship Finals tomorrow here in Sweden. I blinked and this event has flown by, but it all comes down to these last 3 games to determine our final 20 teams, Vicky.
We already know who our top 10 teams are going to be moving on to the final spot. We just need 10 more teams here follow, and it's been a great time as we move on to World's Edge, highlighting GMT Esports play nasty out here with the performance, 6 kills in his favor, finishing in first place with those 9 KP, but we can't ignore energy. Are they finally waking up out here? They finished with 13 kills in second place.
Spot on. Nasty indeed. That man right there in the center of your screen has turned up, has showed up. And let's take a look at the side-by-side here between those 2 teams you mentioned. It's Nasty, the IGL of his team in GMT, arguably one of the best IGLs in EMEA, going up against one of the best IGLs in North America. Take a look at their stats. Very similar. 33 to 27 in kills. 701 to 749 in sweets damage. Advantage Sweet. However, 1.2 to 1.0 average kills. But Sweet has him in highest damage done per match. Talk about a neck-and-neck matchup here, Vicky.
You know what I love to highlight about those player cards? 1, how awesome they look, and 2, looking at the respective legends that they like to play. You like to see how one had Gibby, the other having Valk, 2 characters that are so important when it comes to those safe rotations, whether it be the redeploy, whether it be the bubble there. And I think that's really nice to highlight, because sometimes you take a look at IGLs, you take a look at like IGLs like HAL, and you expect, is the IGL the heavy fragger, the entry fragger, to open things up, create that space for your team here? But you're seeing a great difference with a lot of the other IGLs and just the diversity of the legends that they feel comfortable with.
Speaking of IGLs, how about this man, Hardeki, monstrous stats, 1.3 kills per game. Arguably the best player in EMEA, arguably one of the best players in the world. Hardeki now facing elimination, but still looking calm, cool, and collected as we take a look at Jay Savage. So smooth, so clean with the mustache. My man here, half French, half Dutch, as we're going to see what he can do to lead his team to victory. Reply Totem had a miracle Game 6 in Losers Bracket Round 1 to make it here, but it means nothing if you don't make it to the match point finals tomorrow, which kicks off at 4 p.m. And by the way, we got some big announcements tomorrow. When I say big, I mean some pretty damn big announcements. Trust me, you will not want to miss those.
Absolutely. You guys definitely want to tune in to hear some news that we guys got for you on the stream. You definitely don't want to miss it, just like you don't want to miss this 4th match that we have coming up soon, guys. 3 more games. We got World's Edge coming in. Let's take it away here, Fallout.
Yeah, I wish y'all saw the energy that Victor just brought to that call right here on the desk. Oh, maybe, just maybe, we'll have a chance to do it in front of a live audience one day soon. But GMT is kicking things off here on World's Edge, and I talked to Nasky about their new drop spot, Landslide. They've had a few different homes here. They've had to move quite a bit, hire some movers from Fragment East to Harvester. Decided to stop playing Harvester because Empire dominated that spot, found a home in Landslide. And Nasky said, you know what, I actually like Landslide better than the other two because you can rotate faster, safer rotations than from Fragment. And they've been really, really happy here as we're going to have a southeast zone here for game number 1 on World's Edge.
And look at this. It could pull towards Big Mod or it could continuously pull towards Geyser here. Geyser uncontested, by the way, even though we saw such quick rotations within the first half of our day today. A little bit of a different pace, though, going into the slower bracket because you know that a lot of these players, they know what's at stake here. There's only 3 games left for these teams to close up on what they need. And in game number 4, you already know how many points these players have as players themselves moving in, not only with the turbocharger on the Havoc, but looking out for blood, getting the first knock here. Vegeta going down. Players now. Hardeki moving in to find the opportunity. Getting ping from far away. Perhaps another squad actually already in the area.
Yeah, we know how fast these teams are rotating in these ultra-competitive lobbies. Hardeki now finding himself in a fight. 1v1, ring around the rosy. Pockets full of posies. Connects for 140 is Hardeki. Punches him right in the face, and Hardeki says, I'm here to play.
And the shield reset the dome to safely get away with it, too. We saw some shots getting taken up from afar. They want to immediately go right back to high ground the moment they are able to restabilize. See who is coming up on their 6, who wants the heat here from players, because they're looking to really show up after a bit of a difficult performance so far from this team. Now overall 7th place. They want to be able to place in that top 10.
Yes, they are. Typically players split this loot in the same exact way with Invictus Gaming traditionally in EMEA. However, it's not Invictus. It's not their neighbors over in the United Kingdom. It's Unite from Korea, and they say, this is our drop spot. Don't you know it? As they take out one player, one team eliminated from this lobby already, and Hardeki and co are going to profit with 3 kill points. They needed it.
Love it, love it. Now you can see them double purple Evos, 1 blue here for PKMK. It's Team Empire, actually, the team that was actually trying to poke at them from afar. They didn't fully send it because they saw that the fight had already been done, but I like how they're now resorting to the Mad Maggie. We saw them have a really successful game number 2 there, but now taking out the big guns, taking out what we usually don't get to see, the Caustic this time around, the Wraith on top of the Mad Maggie. So it's nice to see Team Empire having such a diversity in compositions.
Absolutely, and the only team to be running a Gibraltar comp all weekend long. You gotta admire it as we're gonna jump on board with Audic. They're gonna find themselves in a fight against Game With. So the team from South America looking to be potentially the only team to be playing in the grand finals tomorrow from SA, putting an entire continent on the map right now is Audic. And in there at 18th place overall, they gotta do something real big here in World's Edge.
See them now breaking a shield here over to the side, not trying to overextend, utilizing the natural cover of the bunker right here. Does get that crack. Doesn't want to fully send it just yet. Has a Nox gas, though, just building up that damage for the Evo shield. You can see Worse here only still rocking the white Evo themselves, having to be careful with this rotation and whether they want to keep sending it forward here or if they're just going to utilize this opportunity to try to ease their way in to scan the beacon. It's going to be so important for them to decide if they want to stick by Geyser.
Yep, they're going to slow things down here. And as they slow down, we will calm down as the calm before the storm starts to hit. When we say the storm, it's going to rain. Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the stage a little bit. We got 10 spots remaining in the match point finals as it currently stands. GMT, SSG, NRG on top in top 3. NRG, well, they were in the bottom 10. They popped off with a huge 13 kill, second place finish to put themselves at 28 points. I tweeted out I predicted NRG because I think they have the potential. I believe they still have that raw slaying power. We will see if they can live up to their expectations here. You heard Sweet in his Sound on Tape video series saying, hey, some people are online teams only. NRG proven that's not that.
Right, they have to. They have something. I mean, trying to. They have something to prove here. They're starting to ramp things up a bit now after their performance in game number 3. GMT Esports, I love this for them because this is what we've seen from the APAC North squads throughout the last 2 days, taking the edge here for this next circle because it provides them so much option, whether they want to keep pushing forward here. They have the information of that next circle, but they're going to be out of the being able to get pinched by multiple squads within that angle. Uchako taking a lot of damage. Kick now with the portal, just trying to restabilize here, knowing that there is another squad pinging them from afar. There is a beacon, I'm wondering here, right on top. I see a lot of pings going down, kind of blocking the image, but it does look like there is a beacon right on top of Big Mod, which is important seeing how many crypto squads that we have within the area alone.
Yeah, that's a great point. You heard the perspective from Hockey's earlier on the analyst desk saying, you know what, with so much crypto, you have to, a lot of North American teams that like to get God Spot and play for God Spot, got to be careful. Why? Well, crypto is going to completely destroy you with EMP on EMP, and we know these APAC North teams love to play that crypto team comp. Now, one thing that's important to note about Kick, they dropped in Big Mod, so they are just big chilling from the original drop spot. Big fight going on right now. Team Empire are going to get eliminated. That's big. That's a top 5 team taken out by Reject, and it's going to be Jung Hee going huge for his team.
Only Jung Hee here too, though. He's trying to see if he has the opportunity to get the res here, maybe. It's by Geyser, with a lot of teams already getting the scan on the beacon. You already know a lot of teams are making their way over in this direction. The EMP, just in case, to cover anything necessary here, as Reject is going to try to restabilize. It's insane here to see, just blocking the doors. They're going to have a lot of loot in case they want to go for those quick shield swaps.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see if they decide to stay here in Geyser, if they like their positioning, or if they will reposition. The zone may pull north towards them, might not. As finishing that thought there, Kick drops Big Mob, but Elevate drops right below them in Lava City. Elevate, a team that is known to be very versatile. I've been impressed by their ability to actually adapt and drop in different locations based on the lobby they are playing in. I was chatting with them last night, and they kind of spoke to that adaptability, versatility, and Lava City is a place that they are fairly comfortable with, so we'll see how they will fare, as Elevate is another South American team with a lot to prove.
Players still within the area, even though Team Unite had gotten the res on those 2 players, that players themselves were able to claim their heads. You can see the 2 KP right above on the screen there, so they're just hanging out by the border. As Unite now, they see Leogri. Leogri's moving in. He's by himself, though. PKMK now trying to rejoin him. Hardeki holding a pretty aggressive angle right up ahead here. They're just trying to take control over this high ground. You can see Leogri not overextending, but he does hear them right below him.
Yeah, of course. Hears and sees them. See, sight, and sound here for players as we're on board with Leogri right now. Very spread, so you know he's not trying to take this fight just yet. Hardeki going to try and close the gap, but Hardeki threw a nade at something earlier. It seems like he's aware of a rat or a player or someone that's nearby, checking every single crevice, every corner. But I don't necessarily.
What is going down over here?
I know. Is Hardeki seeing ghosts? Is that what's happening? Is it Imperial Hal? Is that the CEO haunting him in his sleep?
Man, nightmares. They're really coming to haunt you out here, Hardeki. Meanwhile, the rest of players, PKMK, Leogri, they've been around Unite. They see Unite like we're saying. They
all right,
hear,
no one's there.
Like,
come
on. We need you here. We got to get a third man over. And not only that, Hardeki's got the turbocharger on the Devo. He's got the gold extended energy mag. I'm in danger. And they got blue Evo shields. And that's intel that players knows, even though they got the res here. That's just more KP going into their pockets.
Hardeki says, bot mode activated. Not going to miss a shot here. And that's what Hockey's mentioned earlier. He said, hey, Watson, less effective on World's Edge because the buildings are much bigger. It's easier to destroy Watson fences. We saw that in Fish Farms earlier with GMT. PKMK going to take a lot of damage. He gets hit with a brick. Going to use a shield bat to heal back up. We'll be back to full. And I don't know how long players can take this fight. Hardeki says, enough with the madness. Let's just go.
I mean, they got their one knock already. You want to confirm it, if anything, here. Unite may just run away at this point, but he's talking about fighting for a long time. He beams them down with the devotion. Now he's taking it off angle to see what's going on with this third party.
Yeah, he knows they're going to be healed back up right now, so he's not going to make the unwise decision to push. A lot of new players do that. If you're a bronze, gold-ish platinums player, take notes here. As Hardeki pushes and continues to melt.
Energy
somehow gets out of dodge here and resets. Energy's nearby, and Energy can profit.
Energy now trying to restabilize themselves as Hardeki puts in the beamage with the Devo here. See players now just taking the real estate that they took away from Unite. We see this a lot, just sharing up this real estate, but this building's not in that next circle, and these players want to try to fight for some of that beacon control if they have the opportunity to get that intel, which isn't over here right now.
Yeah, and what was a 2-team dance becomes a ballroom dance here as NRG joins the fight. Might as well swing dance because they are trying to do what they can to work their way around. Wide angles here from Leogri. Connects for a bit of wingman shots. So much damage being put in right now by players, but it's not enough for a knock just yet. I like their patience to not overextend because they would have gotten dominated by NRG. And it looks like Unite is just continuing to run away with their tails between their legs, which we decided yesterday is called raccooning.
The trash pandas.
Crazy raccoon.
Managing to get out of that situation. Just
Can we make that a thing? We say ratting. Can we say raccooning is when you're running away?
I love it.
From a fight. Can we make Apex community? Is that cool? Hashtag raccooning?
I'm about it. As long as we call the exterminator to take care of this business, just like players are trying to take care of their own business. 3 KP already in favor. Hardeki still has blood, though, in the waters. He's got the Devo. You're really going to try to contest that right there. He knows he needs to go hide behind the crate. Missing some of those last shots now as they close in the gap with the dome. The Cosmic Nox gas not going to do anything as Hardeki's just going to queue in.
He might have gone for the teleport there, but not going to be able to do so. Just going to give his teammates a chance to close the gap here. Gap is closed. High ground achieved from Hardeki. They are like Terminator right now. Target activated. And look at this Unite squad just continuing to run. It's the right decision, right? Obviously, because they just got res. They don't have a ton of loot, but some way they're going to survive. Caustic gas is going to help them.
That's energy over to the other side. Just managing to get away. They had come in for the fight originally, and then they backed away.
Whereas Unite doesn't. So maybe that is energy over Unite. I think you're right about that.
Unite is down a player because we saw that PKMK with the grenade had gotten that knock, dirtied that player. They had ran away as energy was moving in. They had the glimmer in their eyes for the opportunity for the third party, but with Hardeki and the Devo, the respect after hearing the Devo just unleash, you saw them just give him that space. Hardeki with the great decision though to disengage, not push into that Nox gas from the barrels right there.
Yeah, well. We know Unite's nearby. NRG able to escape for now. Zone's going to be closing in on them, so NRG might find themselves in a dangerous spot here. Long-range poke being put through with the wingman from Leogri, who's not missing, seemingly with it. And this is NRG, confirmed, just to their east. And it looks like NRG wants to completely avoid this, but you know that this player's squad is relentless.
A lot of fans looking at energy to perform here. I mean, just in that last game, they got second place with 13 kills. Waking up a little bit here. You can see how Sweet is feeling. They're going to just take the longer rotation and still getting beat from far away with the Devo. It's just so lethal. Now they're going to be able to circle keep them. Hopefully they can get to the geyser in time if they can restabilize since they're forced to play out of the circle.
And look at Hardeki. Wow. Talk about tenacity right now. Man, Hardeki, he loves that Devo. Not able to connect for anything. They do have one nearby. And Hardeki is just going to hit this geyser, it looks like.
Does he know?
And I don't know. I don't know if he does. Is that a rat?
He's crawling away? He's by the crates right there, crawling away. The energy's still in the area on purpose, so that way they could try to get that res. But you could see the way that players is playing this as a bait.
Oh, Nathan was knocked. It was a knock.
It was
play.
Nathan. Yeah, it was Nathan crawling towards the bins, maybe trying to get to the mouth of the cave in case energy could wrap around. But players is not going to just let him get away like that. They know that they're just going to be able to use this as the corner of the circle to put in more of that pressure onto energy. So now they have to make the decision. What do they do? Do they wait it out?
That's right, but guess who's nearby? It's ADR, or AD Raccoon, the best team in APAC North, the Korean God Squad. Selly, of course, getting replaced by Karan Poo, who's known to be a dominant player. Played with them in Split 1, where they won in Split 1. Played really, really well in that series. They can be cautious right now as players, perhaps a little too hungry for this fight. My apologies, I actually looked down on the computer, blinked, and missed the fact that Nathan got knocked there. So that's 1 kill point, and right now it's looking really bleak. This is a desperate rotation for NRG. Rocker's going to survive. No, he's not.
Nope, and into the doors too, right in front of there. Meanwhile, the barrage coming in. You talk about AD Raccoon, the crypto EMP to delete the dome as the bombardment is raining from above. Players in trouble. PKMK gets taken down as Hardeki tries to take some extra cover. It was only Leogri that is fully up and healed. They're playing off the ledge. The crypto drone gets taken out, but they don't get fully sent on.
That's right, but they did get the intel from killing that crypto drone, so Hardeki has to drop from that spot, which is actually a really good ledge. And now they're forced to fight a 2v3. If anyone can do it, it's Hardeki and Leogri. It's the duo of this player's squad. And look at the damage from Hardeki. 2v3, make it a 2v2 right now. If they can get a knock, they got to play off that damage, though, and they won't be able to. So Leogri and Hardeki, unless they have a Valk ult, are in a really tough spot.
They're going to restabilize immediately here. Looking at AD Raccoon, they're not going to continuously poke, especially with Leogre having the wingman to follow up that potential from the Devo is just so lethal. Hardeki, though, with a grenade on top of it. He actually predicted where he was going to be out of that phase. That's actually crazy there. Just predicting the trajectory.
As a Michael Jordan fan, I will admit, that was quite the Kobe grenade. That was quite the Kobe grenade right there. Not going to lie. And my man Hardeki got yeeted. You saw how he got yeeted like a little bit, 10, 15 feet. Leogre does hit the Valk ult, and I actually question that decision from Hardeki to just kind of panic run. Instead, it could have hit the Valk ult, it seems like, and looks like Karan Pei.
Oh, not like this. You know, you gotta heal up your shields a little bit, okay? Even though you got 6 shield cells, it's about sending a message.
And bye-bye Leogre as well. Also from APAC North, V3, Vega.
Players eliminated. Leogre, the only player left from that squad, gone. V3 Vega now moving into that same position. The team running the Watson. Let's take a look at the replay right here at the very end with AD Raccoon tossing the grenade. Yeah, they predicted the trajectory. The moment they saw him get away in that position, they knew there's only so many places he's going to go. And they knew that he probably wanted to go to try to take the high ground to get away from them there too.
I did not know Koreans were that good at basketball.
Actually insane.
Technically it's baseball, but still. I know the Japanese are really, really good at baseball, but the Koreans can hold their own as well. I thought they were just great at League of Legends.
Actually crazy. Actually crazy to predict that right there from AD Raccoon. They're going to be able to loot up Hardeki's stuff before they take the high ground themselves. Look at the circle, too, that we have currently here. We see where that next circle is going to be pulling. We see 3 crypto squads within the area that could get the potential information off the big mod beacon that's right there. That's also being contested. GMT, with their early rotate, have not moved from that position to Space Station, who have been right behind GMT. Second place overall in the leaderboards right now. Want to keep maintaining a lot of those points as they face off against the squad inside Big Mod.
Yeah, this is a big fight for Space Station, who's been dominating this lobby. They dominated the last lobby. Let's go ahead and jump into one of the fan favorite teams, one of my favorite orgs. It's Space Station.
They're peeking in the corner.
Back ulting. Did they back ult from high?
Yo, listen, can we run across over here right now?
Yep.
Run across. Just run across. It doesn't matter. Run across.
Selling.
Well, what's good here, bro? Can we just maybe like walk in and fight for this low ground on the fucking rock here?
Probably.
I think we just do that, right? I feel like
we're in on this low ground.
Yeah, I feel like we just do that instead.
I'm down.
Just watch behind us, okay?
I'm charging rampage.
Yeah, charge that bitch.
Play here. Play on me. Play on me.
I'm 4-5.
I don't want to get shot from the eggshell. I don't want them to like start focusing us.
Okay. But yeah, we're just gonna do that, okay?
Do we have nades? Nades.
No,
I have 1 arc and 3 thermites.
I have no nades.
Give me the arc.
These guys might drop. Get ready. They might drop here. I hear people.
I think they Valk ulted.
No, I hear people still on us.
They're Valk ulting.
Look right.
Yeah, we need to like start.
We need to go there. We need to go there now.
Yeah, look, portaling. Cracked him.
He's flush.
Cut that port.
Frex, watch out from the left.
Oh, fuck. I thought we were going.
We can't.
Yeah, I thought we were going. They're pushing.
30.
It shows you.
Stay in bubble. There, he's getting shit up.
Yeah, he's dead.
You can play right here. Drop it.
I'm dead.
Fuck, man. I thought we were going together.
You can't just run in the open.
Yes, I know, but if we're all running together, like...
Not on the same page right there as SSG.
I know, you heard the comms. They thought something different. They thought they were going to run out in the open. They felt confident to maybe have that opportunity until they saw so many squads in this area, but Zenile is still alive. It's still not done here for Space Station. Reply Totem get taken out, and Space Station's looking at all the action and said, hey, did you guys forget about me right here? Zenile's trying to clean things up a little bit before he's forced off of the high ground.
Yeah, the lamppost strategy came back. Shout out to those who remember the lamppost meta from the Team Liquid days and the Team Liquid plays, but unfortunately not going to work out there because he shot too early. I would just be chilling, enjoying the view. No, but jokes aside, V3 Vega going to profit here with quite a few kill points. That's massive for the APAC North team in 12th place going into this game. And by the way, Players was in 9th with 18 points. V3 had 15 in 12th. It is neck and neck right now, and right now, APAC North is performing. Korea and Japan playing so incredibly well.
I love it. Reject over by the other side of V3 Vega. They got the Kraber in their hands. Talk about sitting comfortable, just taking the time. Look at these Watson fences. Beautiful out here. Just a work of art from Jigen, just trying to find an opportunity. The moment that door opens, he saw the opportunity. He sees it. It's like it's Christmas, but unfortunately misses out. He got out of the scope in the moment that they opened the door to. Unfortunate timing.
I feel like that always happens to me when I'm sniping. I feel like other people have all types of great situations, but the shot's gonna connect for Jigen right there. Hits one on Jung Hee, his rival. from APAC North, so that's going to be a nice knock, which might open the door for these teams to fight. And guess who's there? E6, a team that had such high expectations. Former 69 IQ squad, such a good team. And, oh, misses that one.
So close, so close. He was standing right there in place there. A lot of teams making the rotate as circles closing in right behind their backs. They're funneling outside of that room. AD Raccoon playing off of the side of the circle here. The northern side more so than anything, where they know they're not going to get contested other than that team off to the right here. Elevate, though, in the thick of it. They're between two squads, forced out to use the dome. Nailus has no shields here, and Vince is trying to cover him off to the side as Team Unite now finally poke their heads outside of the train with the Watson composition that they've been running.
It is seemingly all APAC North here left in this game as AD Raccoon is popping off 5 kills already. Team Unite, who was under duress from players earlier, are alive as well. Same with V3 Vega. With 6 squads remaining here, Unite gets knocked, CLG as well, and it's going to come down to yet another dome center finish.
Actually crazy. APAC so strong with these type of circles here. By Big Mod on the outskirts, sending out all these art stars, gets the knock onto CLG. Vatro out, CLG out, 4 squads left. V3 Vega are going to be able to get the loot here by the death boxes as Elevate make their way over, but low on health in general.
Yeah, no North America, no EMEA. It all comes down to South America and APAC North in this one. Elevate trying to put their country on a map. Brazil is watching as V3 Vega flanks wide right, and unfortunately will put Elevate to rest here. Great shots, great swing, great plays for V3.
The pings too, you can hear the comms coming in just off of their pings alone. Unite still alive. AD Raccoon trying to contest Unite that have the slight high ground, but they're in a situation where they could easily get pinched right here by V3 Vega. They have to look off to their left. They have to look out for some of these crypto EMPs that are going to come out soon. Just the patience and the respect between all these teams. And this is the difference of playstyle that we see across all the regions.
Yeah, that's right. We have Unite. We have V3 Vega. Both Japanese teams against the Koreans. It's Obli, Kanpu, and of course Parka. 3 staples in the Korean scene. So incredibly talented. Of course, they lost Selly. They say it doesn't matter. Karampu can perform just as well. He's done it before in these moments. On board with F-Chan now. F-Chan, Saku, and Legetta. Legetta known to be one of the top players in the APAC North region as well. They're going to try and slowly play this edge.
Look at this respect. Look
V3,
how they're
though.
easing into this here. AD Raccoon, they only have the truck for some cover. Little to no cover. They're going to be in the line of sight of both Team Unite and V3 here. They have the bubble. They already put it down. F-Chan still putting in some of that pressure. You see the Rampage. He's got 56 bullets left here. More than enough to put in that pressure. The redeploy, though, so risky. Right close to the circle here, too.
Yeah, V3 is profiting from the demise of their peers. They play them every week in Pro League, and right now they are farming. It's going to be nothing but kill after kill for V3 Vega, and they are your champions of game number 4.
And they play that with such confidence, too. You heard them just hold on to the outside shell of that dome. You saw them clean up the last player of players there on Leogri, and then they just situated themselves, waited for all these players to just come into their line of sight because nobody wanted to contest them there. They were just on fire, especially with those Kraber shots that we saw from the team.
Legetta, Saku, and F-Chan, phenomenal performance right there. I don't know how many kills they got, but nonetheless, they showed up. And I'm sorry, I take that back. Tatsu, 1-tappy, and Jigen is what I meant to say. Second place finish for Team Unite as aforementioned. A great performance. They were coming in with 15 points in 12th place. That gives them at least 12 plus the kill points they got. It's going to be huge.
Fallout, 15 kills in total.
You got to be kidding me.
They got 15 kills in total that game. That is actually insane. Jigen getting 9 himself. They denied so much of that KP from a lot of our squads. I can only imagine what the overall leaderboard is going to look like now after that game number 4. Only 2 games left to determine who our top 10 squads are going to be going on to the finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. And then we have AD Raccoon, you just saw on screen, the rock stars of the scene. And of course, we know how talented that squad is. They've won almost everything alongside Crazy Raccoon in APAC North, but for now it'll be V3 Vega shining and shining bright with a 15-kill game, 27 points overall, but look at it, it is all APAC North for the V3. Team Unite and AD Raccoon top 3 elevate right behind them, and then all the way down in 7th Kick with 5 kills. But you wonder if it's enough for them.
I mean, CLG just waving hello there out of the APAC region,
what's up?
just coming and saying, hey, by the way, NA is here, but we're here to represent Space Station in that 9th place spot too, just coming out of the win in that previous game where they had a great showcase. Rather, GMT had won, but they had came in second with great showcase in terms of KP. Now looking at the second page though, players started off really strong, but the placement was lackluster.
That's right, and this is exactly what you wanted if you're a fan of any of these APAC North teams. NRG in 3rd. We have Burger in 5th, only getting 12th overall. We have a Team Empire in 19th. A variety of the teams that were in the top 10 not performing on game number 4, which opens things wide up. Burst open like a SWAT team entering a house. Because now, take a look at the overall leaderboards. V3 Vega climbs the ranks from 12th place to 1st place. Japan on top.
I don't even know why I'm acting surprised after such an insane game that they had. Jumping 11 spots now. They took over where GMT was sitting, now dropping down to the 3rd place overall. Space Station could feel a little secure, but how secure are you going to feel when you're only 1 point ahead of the 3rd place spot there? I mean, it is the top 10 in general. They have a bit of a lead, but overall, look at this leaderboard. It's so close between a lot of our competitors.
Absolutely, and the most impressive thing, I keep saying it because you gotta, game with Team Unite, 80 Raccoon, V3 Vega, 4 of the 10 teams right now from the APAC North region. And obviously it's very APAC North heavy because we don't have a lot of teams. Only one. It's actually 4-7. The only team in the grand finals right now representing, others are trying to join them. And guess what? Reject and Fennel in 11th and 12th right behind them with Duo United Esports, the Indonesian team, trying to make sure that all 4 teams that are remaining make it to the finals from APAC South.
You know, Follow, you're asking online, let us know what your thoughts are on the teams that you think are going to be able to make it into the top 10. And I saw one reply going to Reply Totem. Well, Reply Totem's all the way at the bottom with little to no points here. We want to know your thoughts. Hashtag ALGS. I want to know more what you guys want to see here. Looking at the champion squad, it's going to be difficult to beat something like this performance here. 9 kills, again, going in favor to Jigen on the Watson. 1,500 damage there. It's 1 tapping, quite literally just tapping everybody right there. 4 kills, over 1,000 damage. And it's just so great to see even damage distributed across the board for all of our teams.
Absolutely. What a showing. Oh my goodness. 3.7k in damage as a team, almost all of them assisted, so you know they're team firing, you know they're playing well as a squad. And that's honestly the first I've really seen of V3 Vega performing. I haven't had a chance to cast all their games nonetheless, but they popped off and they show they certainly do have pop-off potential, as do, well, probably the other 19 teams in the lobby. These are the best teams in the world, the best 40 teams from every single region competing on LAN for the first time in almost 3 years. What an experience this has been from Stockholm, Sweden. We got 2 games to go. I'm Fallout. This is Vicky Katie. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Game number 5 after this. Welcome back, Apex fam, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs live from Stockholm, Sweden. Fallout, Vicky Kitty, getting ready for game number 5. Game 4 was a treat, though.
I know. I love it. I love seeing our APAC team shine. I love seeing those end circles. It's a little bit different from the pacing that we're used to when we take a look at EMEA and the NA region from what we've been seeing in the Pro League. And that's what I love about this land. The first time that we get to see all this international talent come together to face off in person. And now we have 2 more games left here, Fallout. Game number 5, as I always say here on the mic, my ultimate favorite. Why is that? Because we know what's already on the line. We know the stakes. We already see what the points are looking like for a lot of our teams. The teams that, unfortunately, will, no matter what, will not be able to really claw their way back up to the top. Unfortunately, looking at teams like Reply Totem.
Yeah, and that's a good point you mentioned, but I love these type of series. We've casted a variety of different types of series. Some are super top heavy when like Optic Gaming drops 120 and the game's over for everybody else. But then you have the ones where the points are very evenly distributed, and this series falls in that category. I mean, you just saw right there, V3 Vega, to be able to go from 12th to 1st place in one game, one pop-off is all that it took to go up 11 places. Well, a 20th place team can do the same thing to get to top 10. So I'm looking at teams like Reply Totem, Audic, Elevate with 6, 7, 11 points, hyping up their team right now, getting them excited for this moment, this opportunity, and they want to perform. Audic, South America, what you got?
They need all your energy right now. Everybody at home.
I love that hype.
They need their energy. They need it overall.
Yeah.
Reply Totem has 6 points. Audic has 7 points. Elevate, they have 11 points. Now, looking all the way at the top, you got V3 Vega that just had such a frag-heavy game, taking 1st place and sitting overall with 42 points, with Space Station following them up with 36 points. So like you mentioned, Fallout, you need to have an insane game. I want to see double-digit KP. I want to see the dub. Those 12 extra points go the distance, especially when there's only 2 games left for you to perform in.
Absolutely. Brazil, where you at? You got 2 teams, Elevate and Audic, who needs your energy. Let me see some love for Brazil in the chat if you want to see South America and the Brazilians in the grand finals with an opportunity here. 2 games left. If you don't perform in this game, I got to agree with you. It's all but over. On the flip side, we have APAC North, who stepped up big time. And I love this storyline, Vicky, because it means that the regions that we have not seen necessarily in the championship finals, APAC North being one of them, well, they're showing up here in the losers bracket finals. And if teams like V3 Vega, Team Unite, AD Raccoon, Game With, Fennel, and Reject can continue to do it on World's Edge, we will see an incredibly diverse grand final tomorrow.
Got to see with their composition. They've been finding all of that success here, already tuning into V3 Vega, the team that just won game number 4 with 15 kills, denying all that KP potential from our lower end squads. And with all the good reasons, because they want us to obtain as many points as they possibly can. You can see the Crypto Drone out and about, trying to see if they can scan anybody in the process. They're going to be able to get those beacon scans without having to overextend. We see sometimes the Valk having to go for the beacon scan, needing the Gibby Dome here, and looking at where the circle is going to be taking us. This is going to be interesting. Energy are going to have a field day with this one because they have the beacon on their POI. They could already start making their plan on whether they want to hold the edge to try to potentially circle keep the teams going into ring number 2, but that's going to be difficult because then you have to think about teams like Team Empire that also have beacon, Thermo Station with CLG also having that information. So a lot of these teams are going to be meeting up in that choke point over by the southern side of the zone.
That's right. You laid down the analysis perfectly, and as you do that, I'll set the stage as we talked about Brazil. But on top of that, we got people chanting, spamming, spam this burger to help them murder in the chat here. We need Burger to murder this game. We need them to step up right now. If you want APAC South in the chat, if you're a fan of Australia, let us know. As we also have APAC North, Korea, Japan. We also have EMEA, CIS being represented here alongside teams like GMT, Multinational, Nasky from Denmark, Reply Totem, Italian esports organization, the Italians and the French. We'll see what they can do. Let us know which team you want to perform here, because it all comes down to these last 2 games. And Dua United, well, they're putting Indonesia on the map.
Oh, love it here. GMT also trying to find an opportunity to start this fight. Still, no squads have dropped down. GMT, though, are looking to strike, trying to take a high-end angle with this team that they do know is inside of that building. They want to secure this next building themselves here. You can look at the composition that they're rocking with the Loba. We heard it before when we were talking a little bit to Hansik in the back. The goal is here, you want to hold that final circle positioning with the Loba because you go in for these quick rotates, and then you just scoop up all the loot from all the other teams that are fighting around you in the middle of their own rotations.
Yeah, absolutely here. So, Loba pick from Space Station. We know that. NRG is one of the other teams in North America that likes to run it. However, they've been running that cautious Caustic alongside Gibraltar. Dewey United doing the same exact thing. Very popular at APAC South. This is pretty much the standard composition in APAC South. Reignite, well, the most dominant team from APAC South. They already punched their ticket to the finals, and that's, of course, without Jen Burton on their team. Congratulations to them. They really popularized that team comp, and everyone followed. They said, if they do it so well, we should probably do the same thing. They really set the stage. And it's so crazy how every region is so different because teams like, or regions like APAC South have one dominant team, and the other regions are really deep in terms of, and really stacked overall as well.
And to follow up on that, just seeing how quick teams are to adapt, whether it be seeing how going onto the Caustic, even seeing a lot of teams changing up their own compositions to try to actually match that. I mean, when you have a lobby with more Caustic, it gets better for you to run Caustic on your own, so that way you could clear that space, walk into the enemy Caustic Nox gas, and to actually try to make a move here like Nathan on the Caustic with energy. They still have the two big boys out here, Sweet on the Valk to taxi them over. They're trying to take a high-end angle as well, just to try to see where these teams are trying to approach into that circle. We highlighted that they have the beacon there too, so they're actually just trying to play by the edge, so that way they don't get circle kept to their 6.
Yeah, well said. Well, we asked y'all to tweet at us. I'm at Fallout with 2 T's. That's at Vicky Kitty. Let us know your thoughts. Doc Gerbil said, first time watching any ALGS event. Fault and Vicky Kitty definitely bring the hype. Can't wait to see how this ends and get more games in myself. Love to hear that, Doc. Reese from Australia said, tuning in from Australia, got to give some support to Team Burger. Also hoping that NRG can keep it going and get themselves through to where they belong. We'll see if NRG can do it. Obviously, we've been showing a lot of international love, but of course, NRG right now is the team with all the pressure on them. Will they be the only top team from North America to not qualify? TSM, Team Liquid, Cloud9, 100 Thieves have all done it. Optic Gaming as well, and we actually had a chance to listen and talk to NRG before this competition. Let's listen.
My teammates on NRG are Nathan and Rocker. Nathan being our kind of flex player and Rocker being our support player playing Gibby. Nathan is our flex player who can play pretty much any legend at a high level. Nathan is arguably the most mechanical skilled player in North America and possibly the world, and he can pretty much fill any role and play it at a high level instantly. And Rocker being our support player on Gibby plays a very tactical Gibby. He's very good mechanically with Gibby's utility, which allows for me shot calling to know that Rocker's going to execute my plan to usually perfection. Nathan, Rocker, and myself have been playing for a year and some change now, and we've won just as much as anyone in North America. But you know, that chemistry online definitely transfers to LAN, but my teammates have never played on LAN before, so I'm excited to see how we play as a team. But online chemistry definitely goes a long way.
Well, we all know the online chemistry is there. The question is, can they do it on LAN? Nathan, Rocker, two absolute monsters, youngins who have been so dominant in the ALGS online since obviously things shifted for COVID. All eyes are on them and how they're going to perform on LAN here. But I want to break down this gameplay. You see the zone starting to rotate here in this kind of southeast or east, or sorry, southwest or western zone. In your eyes, based on where the zone's going, how do these teams want to play it?
Sometimes where you see NRG's position is actually the same positioning that we've seen from TSM in the past. That geyser being in the middle right there. Sometimes you've seen the circle end up either on top by the geyser, by those rock formations, or the buildings off to the side where you see NRG. They saw that fight happening right there, but they don't want to give up their position because not only do they have the high ground, they have a clear view over 2 different fights that they could decide to take, whether it be the fight closer to them without giving up too much space, or they could just start poking from afar to build up damage for their Evo shields. So a really good position for NRG overall. They're trying to play this cautiously, but not trying to overextend at the same time, as they should. I mean, this is game number 5 here, Fallout.
Absolutely, got to play near perfect. And NRG likes these zones from what I've seen. You know, if I look at their success rates in these zones, it's pretty high, and oh my gosh. Meanwhile, we see some Watson fences. This is maybe why Hockey said on World's Edge, Watson not so effective. Wide open in the middle of nowhere, and obviously so easy to destroy that pylon, so easy to destroy those fences, unlike Kings Canyon, unlike Storm Point, where you have a lot more close quarters fights. Watson's kind of in the middle of the open here, but yeah, we'll keep a close eye on teams like V3, NRG, Kick obviously had a really good last series, not really showing up this time, but I like the positioning right now from V3 at a little bit of a choke, kind of a mini choke point. Gotta be careful because they can get flanked from really any direction.
Yeah, that's why they try to cover their back there,
Yeah.
too. They do have what is available, that high ground over to the right in case they try to rotate away from there, those rocks that aren't covered by the fences. Obviously, they do have the natural cover of the rock, too, in case they do get shot up from afar. If they are in a line of sight of a team.
Oh, no.
Talk about late rotation zone, and they had to because they want to go back for their teammates' banner. It's Elevate, who were in an early fight. We see one squad's already escorted out of this lobby as Elevate is going to try to pick up Sleep's banner. They took their time here as Ben is going to be able to get that, but can they get the res? That's the question here because we did see that squad in the area shortly.
Yeah, Sleep, the controller player for this team, and obviously an important one. Bin, well, crazy story about Bin. Started playing Apex about a year and a half ago. Everyone thought Bin was cheating online. That's how good he was. People played him in ranked and just assumed, and turns out he wasn't. He was just that good. Elevate, one of the top 3 teams in South America, picked up Bin, and since then he's been a staple.
Elevate now with their rotation. They were able to get that banner, seeing if they could get that res. They're about to make some noise here. And what's scary in the situation when you do get the res outside the circle is you put yourself at risk of getting circle kept. That squad that just managed to take out Sleep could potentially be in the area to try to actually go in, just farm that up if they want to, just served on a silver platter, num num num, as NRG are still.
How's it go?
Num num num.
One more time?
No. Because NRG are feeding me the energy here.
That's right. That's a
and
fact.
you can see them still holding on to that position. I want to see this team really pop off. We know the potential that NRG has in general, sitting overall in 6th place. Their best placement within this group has been 2nd, with 16 kills in total for this team. They're just looking to rack up head on head as Team Empire now. They're holding onto the tunnel. Got to highlight once again that this is a team that runs those wonky compositions. That's the best way to put it. They're running the Mad Maggie. We don't see that anywhere else when it comes to the Pro League.
Yeah, literally the only team. If you look at the pick rate for Mad Maggie, it's going to be maybe 6 or 7 times, and it was all Team Empire. Obviously, a lot of people were wondering what type of impact Mad Maggie would have on the competitive Apex scene. Not a huge one outside of Team Empire. Meanwhile, we have Newcastle coming around the corner. Bangalore's brother, excited for what impact Newcastle will make to the scene, especially the competitive scene. As Team Empire is a team that likes to play edge, likes to play very, very aggressive. Again, I mentioned it a few times today, but no, I'm going to hold that thought here because Chaotic Much, the newcomer on this team, playing on Kick, needs to win this fight because Kick is behind in 14th place.
But they booted them off of the high ground here, so they're holding on to their position, and they need to... Oh! He got deleted. The focus fire coming in. The notes are going out. Kick now moving in, finding the opportunity. 3 squads within this area.
Yeah, Pinota's going to have absolute nightmares about that one. The Japanese controller player going to get taken out and eliminated here. So Fennel loses one. Shakubo is going to go down as well. Kick is going to capitalize here as they take out all 3 members of Fennel. That is team in 14th place, beating the team in 11th place. That's a huge, huge pickup of 3 kills for Kick.
That's on the cusp. That's on the cusp right there, Fallout.
Wow.
This is game 5. Insane. So many teams having to play outside of the circle here. Round 2 is going to be closing in behind their backs right now as Kick, they're trying to get ahead of the curve. They're putting down some pressure on their 6 as they're going to be able to loot up on the way over here. But again, there's 2 other squads that they have to think about as they make this rotation. They do have the redeploy just in case here too.
Yeah, Kick Esports. Talk about one of the most storied organizations in competitive Apex. Has been around since the preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland, back in September of 2019. That was an all-Portuguese roster. Since then, I've had a few rosters, an all-Polish roster with Jellied Corn, Mun and Co. Now, with this roster, Uxako, Yarka from Spain and Portugal, and of course, Chaotic Much from the UK. The young talent, the rising star, joins this team and has had an impact, but it's all going to be for nothing. It's a moot point if you don't qualify for the finals.
Love the camera angles from our observers right here, making me think that I'm playing Apex Legends on mobile, as Kick is going to be able to move around to the side. They're just going to be able to ease their way into that circle. We do know that Team Empire, by the way, is waiting. They're waiting with the Caustic barrels, and they're waiting to strike, almost taking a page out of Sentinel's book to sabotage any potential chance of them moving into the circle. When Kick sees this happening, though, they may not fully send it because of the Caustic, so they may actually try to rotate from outside of the circle and just risk taking the circle damage instead. We're going to have to see what the decision is moving forward now.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you talked about Chaotic Much. The Brit, the impact on this team. Chaotic Much holds the record in this tournament for the most damage in a single match. Guess how much it is?
How much?
Guess, you gotta guess.
Man,
You do
2,300.
3,300 damage in a single game. In one game.
That's insane.
Talk about a fragger. This player is certainly someone that has a future, that's for sure. I'm excited to see Chaotic Much's journey continue. Controller player, much like a young Nags. Well, Nags is young, but you get what I mean.
You're right, Paula. I do put in damage out here. How could I? Chaotic
you do,
Much.
you know what I'm saying?
Chaotic Much. I love this train, though, of circle keeping, though. We're seeing Kick looking for the opportunity to circle keep a team. Meanwhile, what they don't know is to their 6 is Team Empire waiting to circle keep Kick. And right now, as they're holding both of these positions, wondering if Team Empire is just going to get impatient and end up just rotating here if they don't think a team is going to rotate in this direction, unless they did hear Kick in this area. And now looking at Elevate, making their own rotation off to the side, they're going to be actually getting closer to Kick. So it's 3 squads in this area. So you have Elevate moving in, Kick waiting for the opportunity. They're about to get into their line of sight. They definitely see them right now. They're healing from outside of circle because remember, they had to get the spawn and they already get the knock. And now with this fighting, you know that Team Empire is going to hear them.
That's right. That's going to be a free kill. Nellis is going to get taken out. Keyboard and mouse player, young 18-year-old. His birthday is tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, happy early birthday. Let's go.
We'll be a lot happier if they make it to the finals.
Oh, that's true.
I'm rooting for him. Little birthday present. As Kick could have gotten all 3 kills there. They actually saw and then kind of a little trigger happy, took the one out. If they would have actually instead baited, much like we've seen Team Empire do, we saw them do it to G2 yesterday when they were just ratting and hiding that tunnel. Instead, Elevate is forced to take this Valcolt, and they listen, Sleep and Bin are the co-mayors of Shambles Town right now, as they have just literally been in absolute shambles this entire game.
It's tough here, especially in this position. You're playing off the low ground. You're in the line of sight of 2 teams. If you move away from this spot that the Rock is covering off to your left, you even saw Bin, the moment that they put down that caustic barrel for some makeshift cover in case they did want to stay on that high ground, but almost looking like he inked himself like a squid out here. Now, Cake, they're going to utilize the redeploy. This is a good point now because they're not going to be held at that choke point by Team Empire.
They're going to avoid Empire. Wise decision. I don't even know if they know why it's a wise decision, but it's a wise decision. Nice job from Kick to avoid the fight, the duress, the potential to get
Valk meta. Let's go.
Exactly, right? Valk meta. Is that even meta anymore? It's just like gameplay. But this is how
literally.
It works.
It's Apex.
It's like you shoot guns and you use Valkyrie. That's what welcome to Apex Legends. As we're now able to pick on that rotation here. As we take a moment, I just want to take a second to pause. Actually, as they're under duress, Chaotic Much is going to get taken out. There's no time for pausing for now. The quick res is going to come through from Yarka. And Nuxako is going to do what he can to place themselves a little bit out, but you wonder how good that's going to be. They just have pretty good cover here, actually.
I like this, too. They are between 2 squads, but I'm worried about the barrage grenades that are going to be hurled in their direction. Chaotic Much actually putting down some grenades himself. They have to give up some of the space here, but now they're funneled into the line of sight of the team that's actually holding onto the train tracks.
And Chaotic's going to get knocked again because he was having to heal back up. It is absolute chaos. Let's see if their comms are the same. Let's jump into a listen in with Kick.
Are they opening angles? I need to know. I have bubble.
No, they're not. I cracked him.
He's flash on top.
Yarka, we need to move left.
Yeah. I'm going now with you.
Come.
They are fighting, right?
Yes, they're fighting. They're
coming
back. I killed.
I have bubble. Q. They're getting shot.
I went back to the spot.
It's fine.
You need a heal. They're on the spot again.
Yeah, we are so fucked, bro.
You need to wait. Heal up.
I have bubble in 22.
Just heal up, yes, heal up. They need to move away. They need to think about the next play. We will get a flip, Yarka.
Yeah, we will. On the left, I think.
They're coming from the left side.
They're getting shot as well.
No, it's me.
They're not moving, bro. They don't care.
They don't care about the sun. It's 10 seconds for them.
If I give you ulti, you have portal?
No, I don't. I have almost, but not.
They just don't care. What?
Bro,
they keep
are
holding.
out watching, yeah.
You need to climb and bubble forward, dude.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice, Bob.
Here,
reset
yeah.
a bit.
Reset.
4 on 5.
We need to keep going.
Yeah, they just don't care is right, Chaotic much. It's Team Empire. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about a whole lot. They care about getting kills.
Absolutely. You heard them, too. It's Team Empire that's always on the cusp right here with their unorthodox composition. The Mad Maggot, you heard the tactical trying to put in some pressure here onto Kick. They're still alive, though, unable to get their teammates' banner, unfortunately, here. But look at this. GMT are flying in. I saw 2 Valk ults, actually. 2 teams landing within the area as Team Empire now have to focus on their 6. They don't want to get sandwiched. Yeah, they're putting pressure onto Kick, but it's only 2 of them left. Team Burger now in some trouble. The Caustic Grenade now doing some tick damage, but they clean up that squad. Element 6 get taken out. FC Destroy get taken out. Now game with so many teams are dropping like flies with 14 squads still left, and look how tiny this next circle is Fallout.
And that's what I was going to say when things were calm earlier, quote unquote. It's because there's 18 squads alive in round 4. Are you kidding me? Now it's madness in round 5. Here we go. Cleave with the wingman connects, hits another shot, but he's going to get knocked right after. All up to Ranches. Last alive, he's going to get taken out just like that. The kill feed lights up. It's NRG taking out SSG.
NRG here. Team Burger now trying to get the res. They have the gold backpack. CLG get taken out. Actually insane to look so much of the action. Energy having to play off the low ground rocker. The only one alive. Holding back. We were talking about their position before. Yep. They had the option to either fully send it if the circle was going to pull into Geyser or managing to hold onto the high ground, which is exactly what they try to do. But look at this. V3 Vega now just coming right back down, seeing if they get some extra loot, because now coming back down with the white Evo shield. This is scary out here. Imagine a swap, and he unfortunately gets taken down by the circle, but it's okay. They have some bins for some makeshift cover just in case.
Yeah, that's a good point. The mobile respawn's going to come through, or the respawn comes through as one tap. He's able to get back up, and now here comes the push. It's going to be some, again, region-on-region action here. AD Raccoon pushes. The Watson fence is keeping them alive for now, but not for long. V3 Vega Japan going to get taken out. Tatsu last up. Down to 10 HP, needs the KP, not gonna get it.
He really wanted it right there, but AD Raccoon, they come out on top. The kill leader coming in. The gold backpack on top of it all with the circle closing in less than 3 seconds. You're gonna get moving if you can get the res.
Oh, does not get the res. It's Unite who takes them out. NRG Rocker eliminated from ODK. That's Otic, the South American team. And guess who's still alive, Vicky? It's players. CIS having a chance to represent. Empire got taken out, but Burger somehow ults out of that horrible situation.
Players needs this, and they have GMT right in front of them. They could circle keep this team, but the bombardment's coming out. The dome is forced out. Are we going to see an EMP coming in from their 6? This is a scary opportunity for that third party to move in from the high ground as GMT now making a different rotation. Yep. They're just taking the longer way to see if they can climb up this canyon if they have an opportunity maybe with the redeploy that they have.
Yeah, 6 squads remain, and GMT unfortunately probably ends the opportunity. Any chance, any hope that Reply Totem has, unless they do something miraculous next game. Players, though, Hardeki, fully kitted Evo shield, having a dip, dodge, and dance. Pushes wide left, hits some good wingman shots, but it's not enough. Leogri's gonna go down.
Peekaboo, I see you right there. Now trying to dance around that. He tried to actually hide behind that knockdown shield from the Arcstar, but look at the damage coming in. PKMK needs help. GMT now trying to find the opportunity, but it's Burgers, the team that everybody has been rallying up behind, managing to clean up players.
Burger is frying, and maybe that emote spam worked. You got the emoji. Hit up the Burger emoji in the chat. If you want to root for Team Burger, it's Jaro, Pricey, and MT, former member of EXO Clan, formerly one of the best teams in Australia, looking to prove that he's still there. But no, MT's going to go downhill. Pricey somehow stays alive, and Jaro manages to stay alive as well.
Jaro has that gold backpack. He needs to try to find the opportunity to get that res, but those caustic damage from the gas trap is just too much. Team Unite on the high ground with a clear view and line of sight of some of these teams hanging out by the edge of the fence.
Talk about performing when it matters the most. But look, Kix Uksako was able to rat his way to a top 4 finish here. That is massive for them. They were outside of the top 10, and now a top 4 finish will get them at least 5+ points. That's huge. Meanwhile, Unite, GMT, and Burger looking to try and win this game.
GMT now moving over to the side. They have that black market like we were highlighting before for any extra loot, for any extra grenades that they need for this next circle.
Swaps.
Shield swaps, exactly. So important as Uchako, like you mentioned, still alive looking at the action. Not going to be shooting at anybody just yet.
He's not going to even make a peep right now as this zone will be closing. Center circle here with the pull. Uksako right behind Unite. Finally going to get called out here. Unite sees him. Unite gets the free kill point. It's down to 3 teams.
GMT now, they're still playing off by the crates. They're still playing off the natural cover of the fence as the circle is closing in on their backs. They have little to no cover here, though. They're in front of two teams. It's Team Unite who are beaming them down with the Hemlock.
Yeah, the Hemi is spitting right now as Unite is going to fry GMT, but the Dome Shield comes out. That's an early Dome Shield, though. They won't have it for late games. So I got to think it's looking rough for GMT. Can Burger somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
I love watching Team Unite set up these fences. It looks like a work of art. They lose out on MT here from Team Burgers, having to play this as a duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Unite now moving on GMT 6.
This is the ideal situation for Burger here. They're going to force Unite and GMT to potentially fight each other here, but Burger's going to have to move, and they're going to move right into the line of sight of their opponents. They slowly push up. One rock to another, but now the fight's going to be forced. It's Unite versus GMT. Burger trying to survive. Pricey strafing wide left, but the missile barrage is going to come through. Pricey with the Mastiff trying to make it spin. That's one. It's all up to Pricey. 5 HP. Doesn't get the shield swap, and Team Unite wins it. But a second place finish from Team Burger. The Aussies step up, but APAC North does it even better.
APAC North is so consistent out here. I mean, Team Unite, yeah, they didn't take game number 4, but they were still in the top 3 when we were looking at V3.
By the way,
Unite 80 recruit. It's so crazy.
Can we go back to the Burger, guys, please? Cameraman, if we could go back to the Burger. I mean, this reaction's great. Unite, shout out, sweet jerseys, sick. Unite, the org is awesome. But look at these guys. If I had to picture what a Team Burger looks like, it's this right here. It's my man wearing an oversized T-shirt on the far right. It's my man on the far left sweating, and I love what I'm seeing here. All right, if you're a fan of the story of the Team Burger roster, free agents, by the way, playing as Team Burger, their logo is literally a Krabby Patty. You got to be making some noise right now in the chat. The Aussies come all the way from Australia and have stepped up big time here. They just potentially secured their spot in the finals.
Can't believe that Team Burger as a duo off to the side was still able to get not only second place, but double-digit kills that game. They were able to pop off. They heard your energy, Follow. They heard the crowd talking about them, and I love how hyped they are. I love how happy all these players are. Number 1, you see them right there, Unite. They are feeling themselves.
Yeah, my man's got king swag, right? Oh, he's again, the guy that flexed earlier. Look at this guy.
Look at,
my man looks like he's about to curl 15s at the gym. And he's about to absolutely dominate everybody in this lobby.
Gotta watch out. I do not want to be in Unite's line of sight right now. I'm scared. I am scared. Team Unite.
They're playing out of their minds.
I love this from our APAC teams. With that win, it's just so close between themselves. GMT, that's probably right behind them. A great performance from GMT as well. I mean, our top 3 teams, the ones that we were highlighting, are climbing their way and now stabilizing on the top part of the leaderboards.
I just got to say, the most impressive thing of today so far in the grand scope of storylines, to me, is how APAC North clutches when it matters the most. The last 2 games, AD Raccoon, Team Unite, V3 Vega, stepped up big time, and you see the sigh of relief. They feel confident that they just punched their ticket, and guess what? I can report Unite is number 1 on top of the standings, not only in that match, but in the overall standings, which we'll show in a moment. 25 points for them, a 13-kill game. But Team Burger, Pricey, MT, and Jaro trying to do it for the boys down under.
Love it. GMT following them up, though. 8 kills in total after that. It's actually looking very close to the overall leaderboards that we're going to see soon here. Kick following up. We saw Kick actually having a rough start to that game, but still with 4th place, managing to not get just placement points, but 5 kills on top of it all.
Insane. Meanwhile, all the way in 8th place, AD Raccoon, 7-kill game for them. And hey, I might have to take my words back. Reply Totem with a 6-kill, 3 placement point game. That's 9 points. And yeah, that puts them all the way in 16th place. But hey, a 25 to 35 point game from Reply Totem means they could still be alive. NRG with only 6 points puts them in 6th place overall, I believe. So we will see how things will shake out. And of course, if you're Fennel, it's not the result you wanted. If you're Dua United, the Indonesians, not the result you wanted. Meanwhile, Fascination Color Destroy, also not the best performance here. They got to step up in Game 6.
Talking about the teams on the cusp right there, Team Empire with 25 points, tied with players actually sitting right behind them with also 25 points. It's insane to see the difference between these teams that are right there, and then what's separating players with those points and Fennel is 22 points right there.
Wow.
So that is actually insane. That's a 3-point difference that this 6th game could really determine what our finalists are going to be looking like. The top 10 here of this lobby that will be performing in the finals tomorrow.
You gotta be kidding me. We'll show you the overall standings and exactly what we mean here in just a moment. But wow, I am lost for words. Once again, Vicky, we are here in the same position 24 hours ago. This is deja vu because we have a series where 10 points differs the 5th-ish, 7th-ish to 16th-ish team, and really anybody can step up in game number 6 and punch their ticket to the finals here. Let's take a look at the standings. Team Unite is number 1 indeed. GMT right behind them. Team Burger, their stock is up. 47 points with V3 Vega and Space Station to follow.
All the way up those 4 placement points. V3 Vega dropping down a bit though, even though they had won that previous game. Really strong there. 46 points in total. Space Station as well. Look how the points are looking right now.
Yep.
Fallout, this is actually insane. A bit of a gap between Energy and Game Width, but Energy, they need to keep their head in the game for this final game.
Absolutely, but look at Team Empire. That's the cutoff, 25 points. Team Empire potentially not going to make the finals. Even crazier than that, Vicky, you know who I don't see here? Players.
Yes.
Can you imagine a finals matchup without Hardeki in it? And obviously a giant asterisk here because they're not playing with Artico, their longtime third. Our hearts go to Artico in Ukraine, but with PKMK, an opportunity here in Game 6, it all comes down to this last game. And that's what I said. I said 10 points separates 9th to 10th place and 17th to 18th place. That is insane. Any single team in this game can do it. They can clutch up to win. The question is, who's got ice in their veins? We'll find out. Game number 6 is coming up right after this. Tell your friends, tell your family to get here right now. Ladies and gentlemen, APAC North stepping up. We'll see if they can close it out. We'll be right back. Thousands of hours of preparation lead to one final game. 25 minutes for your chance to do what you came here to do, to finish the business, to finish the deal, and to qualify for the finals here. And truly, this is the moment where the great get separated from the good.
I can't believe it. Our final game after the first day of long, grueling games, 18 games here, going on to day number 2. So many games played here from our losers bracket. The winners bracket, after they finished in that first round, they were able to sit back, see what the competition's looking like, maybe even taking some notes as they get to take a look at the stream here. Team Unite, though, they are fully pumped. I am living for this energy. Look at this. Look at the confidence. And that's what we need here. That's what we need from our teams. Going into this final game, Team Unite, you already know that they're feeling themselves. They feel like they got it in the bag. I mean, they're sitting in that first place spot. They should be feeling themselves.
And I'm laughing because then we got Team Burger. My man's hit me with the shimmy real quick. You know what I'm saying, Team Burger? Listen, I stand with Team Unite. Big shout out to F-Chan, Saku, and Legetta. Legetta, one of the best players, like I said, so talented in APAC North. Underrated in my eyes. Selly and Raz and others get so much credit, but in my opinion, Legetta is super talented. However, Team Burger, are you kidding me? We got Pricey, we got MT, we got the boys trying to qualify. Jaro's been doing it for so incredibly long. We will see. He's been one of the longest lasting competitors in APAC South, by the way. We will see who will step up to this moment here. And of course, it's not just them. We got the bubble teams. We got players in 11th place. That man on your screen right now, Hardeki, the best player in EMEA. Many say the best player in the world, pound for pound, individual skill, so talented. I can't imagine the finals without him.
You could see them. You could see that they're really stern right now. Although Hardeki always has that poker face where it's like even when he wins, he's very calm and collected. And it's insane to see how he's just able to keep his cool. Young, talented player.
Yeah, then we got CLG, right? Not the best performance you're showing from them. Vatro on the far right of your screen there. Malice Mamba in the middle. And of course, none other than the man Nano with the controversial beliefs himself, but I got a lot of love for Nano. On the far left, we'll see if CLG can do it and can do it big. They got to ball out with a 20-plus point game at a minimum if they want a shot. The controller boys, all 3 controller players, rising stars, hands down. Kudos to CLG for recognizing this rising star talent, picking them up. I'm excited to see if they can do it. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? World's Edge is here. The dropship is flying as we are getting ready for game number 6. In the chat, let us know who you want to win. Do you stand with APAC North and Team Unite as they are finding themselves in an early fight?
What? With the Octane, though? Wait, what's this called? Oh, they're feeling themselves. They're confident. They know that they're in that first place spot.
Horizon?
They have nothing to lose. The Octane, I mean, it would be great if it was the Octane Revenant composition, but no, it's okay. They're playing who they want to play. It's the Octane, the Bloodhound, the Horizon, even starting things off with that quick melee, asserting your dominance. Give me my loot. Give me my ground. Get down there where you belong.
And my man's got so much testosterone pumping after that bicep flex. I'm telling you, they're like, you know, we're just going to roll with Octane. We're going to 50-50 players with the hot drop, and unfortunately for them, not able to get the kills just yet. And here's the thing that's crazy. They can play spoiler on players. Meanwhile, Empire, guess what? It could be a CIS sandwich here as players and Empire can both defeat Unite right now, and they've got a Southern Zone right after it.
And look what this does for teams like Team Burger, where everybody is rallying behind this team that are going to get the beacon. They're going to get the information where the circle is pulling down to the south. They're going to get all that loot. They have the replicator there. They could sit happily in those buildings. CLG, they need this opportunity to also loot up quick, go in for the quick rotate after they scan their own beacon and start rotating through the backside of tree, maybe even try to take a fight with Team Burger if they're feeling confident.
That's right. And then you got teams like E6 dropping up in Trials and Skyhook. They've been getting most of Skyhook to themselves, so they'll leave with a lot of loot, but they need a lot of kills. So they're going to play Edge. They're going to be looking to take some fights here. Players making the early rotation, and they know where this zone is going, but they do get a ping. Going to back out and reset, and wisely not take that 50-50 fight that was tempted from Team Unite. Look at the gray shields for them, though, as they're just running for their lives.
They're holding forward. Yeah, that's a nice drop right there. Love it.
I'm trying to fight. You know, I'm like, I got to grow power. I'm playing as Bloodhound and Octane. I'm feeling confident.
Rocking the best Octane skin, too, by the way. My favorite. My personal favorite.
Absolutely. Octane has some good skins overall.
Love it. Love it. You know what? It's always the Octanes that start the most problems out here. Always trying to start these fights, run away after you try to finally meet up with them.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm projecting out here for Space Station now with the rotation. Team Empire still rocking the Mad Maggie here. That's something nice to note because Team Empire, another one of those teams where they've had a really strong performance, but they're on the cusp. Is this what you want to risk right now? And it looks like this is what they're feeling confident with. They figured something out with this composition. They absolutely mean business, even though they're overall in 10th place with players right behind them on their 6 here in the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, and we're doing a quick scan through. Our production team's doing a great job of all the teams that are on the fringe right now, right? We have game with Matsutasu, such a talented player. Fennel, Japanese team. Pinnater on that squad playing on controller. We only got about 3 or 4 controller players total from APAC North. Most of them are Japanese, and they're trying to qualify here. And then we also take a look at Reject as well.
Hey, thanks.
Element 6, a team that has 17 points, and remember, the threshold is 25, and that is split tied as we have Burger taken out by Malice Mamba.
This is what we literally were just highlighting. This is what we just put out on the table, fellow. I swear I don't have a script in front of me. It just writes itself looking at the map, looking at the rotations. This is exactly what CLG needed to do. They had the beacon that they already scanned leaving thermal. They had the information. In case they didn't even need to do that, they could have gotten the beacon that's right there on top of the building that they've secured, but taking care of Burgers so that way they could at least have some KP while they bunkered down with the Cossack is going to be so important for CLG because they could deny the beacon from other teams in this situation.
Absolutely. I'm going to take care of a couple burgers after that. I'm going to Max Burger. Fantastic here locally. But for now, you got to take care of a different burger, and it's the Aussie team burger. They lose 1. So that's a big first kill for CLG. They break ice. It's the first kill of the lobby here. And that's a good start for CLG. Like you said, didn't write the script by any means. We said CLG has to go big with a high kill game. That is one to start. The early rotation to Tree, though, worries me a little bit, Vicky, because obviously they're not going to play edge like they like to play, and they're not going to be able to play for kills. But if you make it to late game, you're basically guaranteed. And if you win, you're guaranteed 3, 4, 5 kills.
Their passive-aggressive playstyle is going to be them just holding onto these buildings, looking at their comps with the Cossack. They're going to secure these buildings and let these teams go to them. Very similarly, again, I just love talking to Hotstick to just kind of rack his brain and just kind of figure out, like, what is his thoughts on the compositions with the Loba. Audic, though, in some trouble. They are getting away from this trouble, but you can currently see Worst doesn't have any shields. Another one of their players low on health. Kick, just having them in their line of sight. They're not chasing them just yet, though. They see where the circle's pulling, but they want to get some more extra loot. Not too sure why, though. Looking at this R301, pretty stacked out here with the gold extended light mag.
Yeah, it's chaotic, much controller player with that R301. We all know this team, Kick, likes to play ultra aggressive, likes to play edge. That's why they drop Big Mod. They rotated up to Geyser to see if they can get some more loot, because Geyser, I believe, is an uncontested POI if I'm looking at my notes here. So that's some extra loot they can grab, and they maybe could have gotten some kill points along the way, but they're not going to be able to do exactly that. And they'll just hit this rotation, just like V3 Vega as well.
Well, there's some chaos up on the high ground right there. You're going through the fences. They were able to delete that, though, so Jiggin can make his way through as V3 Vega now make their appearance into that next circle. Reject getting pinged, though. This is that building that we were talking about that CLG is already sitting in. This means that they're denying any of these other squads running the Crypto, running the Wants in that space that they really want. But that means that Reject, they're going to be looking for the opportunity to have that EMP, delete those barrels, and try to fully send it. But they're getting pressured out. Look at those arc stars as they're getting pressured over by the side of the building.
Oh boy, it's a team that knows a thing about pressure. It's Empire playing for their tournament life right now in 10th place with 25 points. Team Burger, and here comes a Crypto drone as well. Jaro and Pricey, the duo, last two alive. The ultimate's going to come through. The Mad Maggie pressure is there.
Throw out the bombardment to try to at least keep them on the outside, but now they're going to be more inclined to try to maybe funnel themselves inside. But the caustic gas and the Nox grenade is actually going to block their entry in, so that's going to give them some space and time to heal up.
And I like that decision to use that defensive bombardment. One, it's literally called a defensive bombardment. Two, I'm a firm believer if you don't use it, you'll lose it. You'll die. So wise decision to use that there, not to save it. Meanwhile, AD Raccoon enters the fray here in Tree. On board Kanpu. He's going to get knocked. No, he doesn't. Manages to stay alive, but barely. Team Burger has to fight. It's going to be Jaro who knocks Bastion. Apex South fight going down right now, and they're disgusting, but they're going to get eliminated.
Team Burger out here. Team Empire having the opportunity. That bombardment obviously doesn't last very long, and the Nox grenade is going to go away eventually. Going to be filtered out by an air purifier out here as the Mad Maggie makes the appearance for Team Empire once again. But I'm loving this from this team here too. They're playing with confidence, and they need to. Again, this is another one of those teams that's on the cusp. Overall, in 10th place, they want some breathing room so that way they can feel comfortable in this last game.
That's right. The #1 team in EMEA from Pro League, dominated, formerly known as the Major Pushers. Again, I've mentioned that storyline a few times. Going to keep mentioning for those that are maybe new to watching the EMEA region. They were really a pickup kind of amateur team early on back in the ALGS online tournaments. Not really heard of, semi-pro team that worked their way to the top. And their problem was consistency. They're always very aggressive, hence the name Major Pushers, but finally got signed by Team Empire or Redragon. And since then, have found a lot of success. But right now, AD Raccoon in a danger as Dua is out of this lobby. And there you go. One team officially eliminated from this competition. My heart goes out to Dua United, representing Indonesia, trying to get them into the finals. But unfortunately, not able to do so. A valiant effort. They really performed well this weekend.
Yeah, I loved watching them play here. Loved watching so many of these teams. It's just crazy. Again, here in this land, international talent coming from all around, as CLG aren't going to be giving up this space. We were talking about them earlier for a reason. We also highlighted what their potential game plan was going to be, which is this. Now, I'm wondering, are they going to have the opportunity for Batro to get the scan on the beacon? They don't have the next set of information, but they don't want to escort themselves out of this building, not give another team with an EMP to delete those barrels and just move in for free real estate.
Yeah, you know, easy beacon scan. You have a Gibby on your team. Hit the dome shield. Hit the scan here ASAP. Get the information to figure out where the zone is pulling. And you got to hope at this point that the zone's going to pull to the southwest. They opted for that single long haul building position. We'll see if it pays off for them. They actually were able to earn it from Team Burger. They bullied them out. And as a result, CLG with a chance to ball here.
Love the patience, just quietly waiting, poking from afar. This is their game plan. They have the blue Evo, but look at Malice Mamba. Look at the fact they only needs, what, 90 damage, so that way he could upgrade that blue Evo shield into the purple.
Yeah, Malice Mamba, born and raised on the south side of Chicago, moved to Dallas, Texas, and now in Stockholm, Sweden. I don't know if him or his family would have guessed that, but right now it's going to be Jiggin of V3 Vega, your winners from 2 games ago. Going to back out, almost eats an Arc Star, but able to survive. Only take a little bit of damage. Mad Maggie, guess who it is? It's Team Empire, Ultra Aggression, the Thermite, plus the Mad Maggie aggression's coming through, but Watson trying to defend against it.
I love the quickness, though, with Jiggin, but now, is it actually really safe out here? The Mad Maggie, the option coverage, not only did they know that they were going to get funneled out in that situation, but they wrapped around so quick to cut them off there. They knew that they wanted to heal, so they actually utilized that and took that further advantage. Now moving in. Look at this, though. All these Watson fences. What a mess.
It's insane. This is APAC North, by the way. If you think this is bad, try watching an APAC North broadcast. You have 10 Watsons in a lobby, sometimes more, as right now Cleve going to clean up and reap the rewards that he just earned. All the loot for Empire. They are fragging and frying 1,000+ damage for Ranches. Good. Arguably the most underrated player in EMEA.
What's also impressive is the way that they got there, how quickly they were able to cut them off with the Mad Maggie ult, and they were just able to skyrocket their way right into that position. Now we take a look at Game With in a fight, covering that space over to the right with the Arc Star, forcing Kick to back off a little bit, show some respect, but now they're forced to play off the low ground.
Oh, Yarka and Kick, he did before. They managed to sneak into a top 4 finish, which gave them such good life. Game With in 9th place right now with 28 points. By the way, those stats you see are live, and by the way, you can also see your own live stats with a new stats extension, which is freaking awesome, by the way. Shout out to ALGS and the EA and Apex team for putting this together. My man Jarrell, the engineer, as they built some amazing Twitch extensions to see stats and multi-view your favorite team, command center, and their comms in real time.
Lovely. Love to see so much put into the ALGS, the multi-view to listen into a lot of these comms here. Game With are going to try to fully send it. The bombardment getting called down. They were trying to get away, go for a longer rotation, take some of the circle damage here. It's not too risky right here, as Game With are going to be able to put in so much of that pressure. But look at the speed right now, Follow. NRG. Now Dogma getting taken out.
And I was going to say it earlier, no team has more pressure on them than NRG. A lot of people thought it was Optic. They relieved that pressure. They proved the haters wrong. But right now, it's NRG. Best team at one point in North America on the brink of elimination, but they're showing up here in Game 6. They got to keep performing. Game With, though, do you agree with this decision to be chasing, storm chasing, if you will, this fight in the ring?
It's not taking too much damage here. You have the geyser just in case, but now you're risking bringing a lot of attention when you make your rotation to that next circle. We know where it is. They're quite literally chasing them. Game With currently right now just fire in their eyes to try to get as much KP as they can. I mean, overall, they're in the 8th place in the overall leaderboards. They want to get some of that extra KP, and they're still looking to be aggressive, but now this has been reversed on them.
No way.
They're going to have to heal up while they're still in the circle. Maybe find an opportunity to go for a shield top of the box right there.
Monster Tire, he gets docked. Meltstare is knocked from this lobby. He didn't get the med kit off. I don't know if it was a choke or what happened, but look at Iarka in a 1v3. Savage. Wow! Keeps Kick alive single-handedly. What a showing, what a performance.
And they want to clean up.
Oh,
and
no.
you got
Oh,
you got to
no,
heal
no,
too.
no,
You got
no, no,
syringe,
he's dead.
syringe,
He's dead.
syringe.
He choked.
Oh no! Oh,
No!
No, that's not what you see. That's not what you want to see. He just wanted the point so bad. Game with, though, with Matsutosh still alive. Can he get his teammates bandaged? But look at this. Follow. He's got one syringe. I'm wondering, does he have a medkit? I mean, he's got boxes here to work off of. He's definitely going to get some heals right now, but he's got ways to go, and the circle is going to start tearing him up. He's going to start tearing up as he makes his way into that next circle.
Wow. I don't know if Yarka had a syringe and forgot to heal or did not, but let's take a look at the replay here. I don't know if he went to loot to get his only syringe. My guess is yes, and it wasn't to choke. But if it was, it's going to haunt him. We've all been there before in the storm,
It's a lot of
outside
pressure.
the ring, and forgetting to heal, but not on tournament Saturday with your life on the line here. But maybe he had to, I'm going to assume the best and think he had to loot for that syringe.
I honestly, he did in that situation, and he was popping it, but you're so fixated on trying to get that KP, get as many extra points that you can for your team. Obviously, we emphasize how important placement points are here. We also saw the pressure that team was under when they wanted to rotate away from the circle. Now with the circle closing in right behind them, they got ways to go. NRG now trying to find the opportunity to find this squad with the crypto drone.
Yeah, that's right. GameWith's going to get the res, going to get his teammates back in the game. We'll see what they can do. But for now, we got to jump on board with NRG. 7th place, right on the fringe. Nathan. Great shots being put in from him as he's going to also land the Arc Star and connects for the kill. Great shots from Nathan. This is the Nathan we know.
Wow.
Oh my God, the tracking from Nathan. He turns and almost gets a third.
They're ready. They're ready. NRG are coming to swing by, and they're going to be able to circle keep this team here too. They get 2 knocked. It's Reject that are out. All of the members of Reject out of this lobby. That is it for this team as NRG now move in by the side of the circle to see what's going on.
Twitch chat, I got 3 letters for you. I don't want to see you blow it up. NRG in the chat as they are turning up here in game number 6, led by Nathan. Wow. And that is someone I've been critical of this tournament. If you look at anyone, not necessarily that he's at fault for their performance. Sweet's been performing, though. He's been here before. All eyes are on Nathan and Rocker, and he's showing up here in game 6. But PKMK and players in 11th place. This might be it. This might be their tournament. But Leogre's going to clutch. It's Empire.
Oh!
No, Empire does it. They turned down players and say, we are the kings of CIS now.
Now we have to look at how some of these teams are going to do. Looking at CLG, who is still alive in this lobby, but Team Empire having what a game with 10 kills right now. The Mad Maggie, them holding down their position, them capitalizing off of all of these teams trying to rotate into their line of sight.
Yeah, and I think that might be it for players. Saw him in 11th place. Again, these stats are updated in real time, I believe. So, with that said, take a look at the stats. Players not in the top 10, eliminated from the lobby. That'll be the end of the tournament life for Hardeki. And again, to Designful, to G2, obviously very disappointed. Guess what? Hardeki's right there with you. And obviously people call Hardeki the GOAT. Sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. I hope y'all go next, bounce back, and we look forward to seeing you. Obviously, again, giant asterisk on the players' side. Of course, not playing with Artico. Our hearts, our support for him, his family, his loved ones, his country, and Ukraine.
Now looking at what we have at stake here, Fallout, CLG still in this. CLG cleaning up, though, managing to put down some damage to get their Evo shields up. But what am I seeing right now? Zanio in the feed, getting the Kraber shot onto Rocker the moment we tune into their line of sight. I mean, NRG, they're going to be able to get that res safely here, but now they have the information. There's a Kraber out in the hands of one of these players, and they have to be careful where they're going to be peeking.
And just like that, maybe perhaps a little lucky. Some pressure gets put on the space station here, which allows NRG to heal back up. And yeah, you're right. Now it gives them the intel. I was about to say not like this. If they get eliminated at the hands of the Kraber, that would have been rough. But the Valk ult's going to come through. Everyone's healed back up. And here we go. This might be the biggest Valk ultimate and drop that NRG has had. But have they done enough in points is the question. The answer might be maybe. They're dropping on CLG. Imagine.
Well, 2 other teams, because there's a team playing underneath CLG's building right here.
Oh my God. Good spot, though.
It's a little scary, though, at the same time. You're on the open. You can use the barrels, too, for some makeshift cover.
Barrels for cover, and you have barrels in general in this area, close corridors. I actually like this call from Sweet. I like this spot from NRG. I think they're well positioned to CLG. With only 2 kills right now, they need more than that. But again, if they make it to late game, they'll get them. So, CLG and NRG looking to do it for North America. The question is, CLG, can they do it? Do they have enough kills? Are they going to get enough kills?
Now let's highlight the drawbacks of the gameplay that CLG is doing here. They're not running the Loba, so they're denying themselves ammo here while they hold on to this spot. So they have to be wary here. Looking at Nano earlier with the ammo that he had on that L-Star. Mamba's still putting down a lot of damage with this Rampage himself here. Just trying to clean up so much of these other players, putting themselves in their line of sight. But again, they do know that there is still this team that's on the high ground above them.
Yeah, that's right. I know Empire just got taken on the feed. I don't know if they entirely team wipe, but I know a lot of teams are hoping that Empire loses in this lobby because they spoil lobbies. But right now, it's all about CLG. Let's go ahead and jump into the listen-ins with the young gun CLG.
Might get grave.
Go back down.
Drop down.
Fine, it's fine. Stay up.
I'm one shot.
I know.
Literally 1 HP.
He doesn't make it. I'm watching for you.
On me.
Bro, there's a nade right there.
Back one.
Okay. They're getting grief really hard. Fuck, dude. Taking it back. We got 18 seconds.
66 on Gibby. I need help.
I'm here. Bubbling.
No, man.
Trapped him.
Play for res, maybe. Behind. Another team.
No fucking way.
Oh my god, bro. What are these guys?
Hear the remorse from CLG. They're going to be eliminated. Their tournament is over, but NRG comes in and profits here, Vicky.
NRG moved in for the opportunity. You highlighted what a great position Sweet took there, so be out of the fray. The Kraber shot landing, 123. Can we see another one? Yes, we can. Zenial holding on to such a good spot over by Tree here for that final circle positioning.
6 shots left with that Kraber. Element 6, only 21 points, only 2 players left. It's the British boys, Nags and Slayers, the Controller boys. They got to go big. Meanwhile, Mady takes out Sweet. Hammer Drill from FC Destroy is going to get knocked as well. That's really, really big in the grand scheme of the stats.
See an opportunity right here. Energy
Should
take it out. Oh, yes, but they were able to clean up a lot, just like you said right there, Follow. Just a lot of chaos happening in this building. Elevate are the ones that won Kingdom of the Hill on top of the building, but Fennel is sharing that real estate underneath them.
Yeah, we got Elevate in 15th, Fennel in 12th. Japan, Brazil, stand up right now in the chat for your country, because guess what? It all comes down to this final circle for a chance to represent. Will South America have representation? That's the question as we jump on board with SSG.
SSG now, they're holding on to the high ground. We talked about the Kraber before in Zenial's hands. He's got the car though because his team keeps trying to push underneath them. They're still wiping heads though. Look at that, 5 kills in total for this team. Fennel's not giving up this door though. They do see that there's this team hogging the door, kind of making a statement right here, saying hello, all right, you know, it's okay. If you don't come in here, you won't die here. But at the same time, we're just trying to exist.
Can you imagine the hearts of these players pounding as we have minutes to decide who will qualify? Elevate, Fennel on the opposite sides of doors. Does not get more metaphorical than that, symbolic for what's ahead. It's them or us, as we will determine here who's going to step up in these last final moments for a chance tomorrow.
They gotta get out of here. They gotta go through this door. That's the craziest part. They gotta break it. The circle's gonna close in. Where can they go? Because GMT's over by the other side too. It's gonna be tricky. They're gonna try to exit through the front door at least, but they know that there's gonna still be a team above them. They're gonna be funneled out of here. Wondering how Fennel's gonna try to take this approach. Elevate though, as we take a look at the fight happening right by the care package. They're trying to have this opportunity. They get the knock here. GMT, Mady going down. Oh, the Kraber shot from Zenial. He's still landing those.
That's huge.
GMT is actually in trouble. GMT's out.
3 squads left. It's going to be Elevate and Fennel alongside Space Station. They're already in. Fennel needs to go big. 11th place with 29 points. The shot comes through. Zenial hits a headshot. Are you kidding me?
Elevate. Oh, cannot believe this. SSG with these Kraber shots. Zenial really putting them through. Elevate now moving in. Wondering how they're going to try to approach this with Space Station just holding that off to the side. Fennel in a lot of trouble. Only utilizing the knockdown shield for cover. It's not going to be enough. The dome's been called out first from Elevate.
That's it. 3v3. Domes have been placed. A little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push. The call is made. It's Elevate. Mastiff in hand. Sleep goes down. Nellis. Bin has to go huge. Nice shot going to be put in. A 1v1. Oh my God. Bin. He's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is going to do it. Elevate wins. Elevate wins.
Are you kidding me? Elevate. They needed that. This team was in last place. Fallen, they were in last place overall before this game. They needed this. Look at them popping up. They are dancing on the competition.
Ole, ole, ole. Elevate, elevate. Brazil, stand up.
They hear us.
Me.
They hear us.
Baby.
Let's go. They hear us. They hear us, baby. We are in land. We got the energy. We got the competition.
You have to be kidding me. What a story. Fennel hoping that they qualify. Only time will tell. But of course, we're doing a quick scan through as we have to look at Elevate. The opportunity as they patiently wait to see if they made it. We don't know yet. The hype is there. Teams are celebrating. Teams are crying. Elevate's in. Elevate is in.
Oh my, no way.
11 placement points.
No way.
Bin, Nelas, and Sleep, the controller god. They do it. Nelas, his birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, my friend. Brazil on top of the world right now, Vicky.
Look at these emotions. Look at the raw emotions on these players. They're feeling it. They're looking at the camera. They're feeling like stars. We have emotions everywhere. Team Unite. Team Unite. We're on the cusp. They were right there. They were right there. Team Unite was popping off here. And now looking at how all of our teams have been doing so far, it's just actually insane to see 2 long, grueling days coming to an end.
Tears flowing. Celebrations on stage. We don't know if they're tears of happiness, tears of sadness. Only time will tell as the final standings have been calculated. This is game with. They make it in 10th place with 32 points. Wow. These teams can hardly believe it. The celebrations are in. The coach of this team, so well spoken.
Yes.
This is a moment they will never forget for the rest of their lives. Game with Elevate. AD Raccoon makes it in alongside Team Empire, NRG, V3 Vega from Japan, Team Burger, Australia stand up. The boys from Down Under do it as Space Station, GMT, and Team Unite round out your top 3.
This is insane. Look at this. I'm loving this. And also, if you look at the points here, Fala, look how close our top teams are. Overall, this looks exactly like the action we saw yesterday, and it's no different, really highlighting how close a lot of these international teams are in skill.
As we take a look again at the final standings, in first place is F-Chan, Legetta, and Saku. 60 points. Right behind them, GMT, Naski is heating up at the right time alongside his longtime duo, his teammate for 2+ years. They started from the bottom. Now they're here. They'll be back tomorrow for a chance for glory, for a chance to prove they're the best team in the world. Space Station Gaming came in with all the expectations in the world. Many people calling them the dark horse of NA, the best team in NA, most underrated team in NA. They will make it. They qualified. And again, they had a huge change in play style. They were playing Edge, and they made a decision to play earlier, rotate, and that decision paid off.
And then Zenile said, pass me that Kraber.
Hold on,
all your dreams come true.
I'm so glad you're bringing that up, girl. Because guess what? Brazil and South America, you better love Zenile from Space Station. He just secured your team Elevate a spot. Why? He knocked Fennel, who had easy positioning advantage over Elevate.
GMT too.
And that was the 3 points that made the difference that allowed Elevate to win and qualify. That shot from Zenile heard around the world, and certainly in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Actually crazy. Looking on the other side of the leaderboard, yes, Fennel, they were in the top 3 spot in that final game. They even moved up the spot. They needed that. All the placement points was so necessary here. Tied with Kick on top of it all. And we saw Kick have such a great few games today too. We can't have all these teams, though, tomorrow. We need to say goodbye to those bottom 10 teams.
Absolutely. But for now, it's celebration. We, of course, will take our hats off and pay respects to the bottom 10 teams. But first, you got to congratulate Leandro, Pedro, and Mateus, who do it and do it big. Bin was considered to be An online warrior comes in on LAN and performs 1,400 damage as Ashe. Meanwhile, Sleep, the controller god from Brazil, 5 kills that made the difference. Nelas, 18 years old, just started competing in Apex Legends, his first competitive title a year ago. First time playing mouse and keyboard, came from Xbox before then. What a showing, what a story for Elevate, and to do it for an organization like Elevate who's been supporting the esports world for so long. Congratulations to Elevate, congratulations to South America, and most importantly, congratulations to Brazil.
Our only South American team here, and they made it, Fallout. They made it within this final bracket. We saw the heavy hitters in the winners bracket earlier today, and we finalized everything with our final 10 competitors moving on to that final bracket. What a day tomorrow is gonna be. I cannot believe it. Love Apex Legends, baby. Love it.
This is something else. I gotta agree right there with you. I gotta rest my voice because I gotta get ready for tomorrow as well. You would have thought this was the grand final. Guess what? It's not. Match point formats tomorrow. It's gonna be insane. But tonight we gotta close things out. We gotta do it with the best desk in esports. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Kate Yeager at the desk.
Thank you both. The hype has been brought. A huge thank you and GGs, of course, to our entire cast and crew for doing such an incredible job bringing us all of this action. And boy, was there action indeed. There was high ground, there were Krabers, and of course, there were teams going forward to our playoff grand finals. Evan.
Yeah.
James.
Hello.
Rain Day, Bardolph. I'm not even sure where to begin. I know we've got some highlights because we definitely have some things to say about the last 3 games. And Evan, let's start actually with V3 Vega. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start with Bardolph for V3 Vega because they took home game number 4 in incredible style.
We saw some amazing stuff there, man. We have so many Watsons going through to these finals. It's fantastic to see, but what fashion in which they did it. I think we saw 9 kills on their Watson in that game, if I'm not mistaken. 15 kills overall for a Watson team. This is, you know, every time we go to them, this is the thing, every time we go to them on a broadcast, they're just jumping around the fences. As soon as we look away, they just start smashing. It's crazy.
You're absolutely right. Fences don't make great neighbors, but they do make 2 winners here. And I will say match number 4 we saw, as you mentioned, V3 Vega. But game 5, Team Unite came in with those fences and said, yeah, we'll take a W as well, thanks and thank you.
Yeah, it was 2 Watson teams in a row, right? Bringing out an unconventional pick, I think 7% of the time over the course of the tournament so far. And that's to be expected. We have about 8 third pick legends that are that variant number between 12 to 7%, but it's really more of the way that they did it and the teams that did it. APAC North is a region that we didn't know what to expect from because we've seen a lot. They're highlighted players, and I think you look at Selly, you look at Ross. These are the players that we expected to make the biggest storylines here, and it really has been new faces, new stars, new voices, at least from an inter-regional perspective. I'm sure very big in their communities, but what a performance taking their meta, applying it to the best of the best in the world, and making the world look to adjust. That's really what's happening.
And we were talking about this a lot in the green room about how this meetup, this playoff, the meeting of the minds is going to change the way that some of these players play the game, that some of these players approach that global scene, Evan.
Yeah, I think this is really the starting point for a conversation that has desperately been trying to be had for the last 3 years. And it's what is really working best, because you can get very micro-focused on what you're doing in your region, your community, and kind of isolate yourselves away from the rest of the world because you don't have to play them. Not here. In fact, this is face-to-face in the best of ways, and it's set up for an amazing Game 6, James. That, I mean, it wasn't necessarily Watson being the storyline here. It was much more of an emotional experience than that. Just seeing the representation and the closeness with which so many teams from so many regions could have popped off to win that.
Yeah, there is space for everything and space for everyone in Apex Legends. In that 5th game, Unite with 13 kills, trying to match the Watson action we saw prior, but it was Elevate, of course, here with 11 kills, which was one of the stories. There were so many different parallels happening, but that Kraber shot caused all kinds of problems towards the end.
Wow.
Deny. Oh my gosh. And Evan, as we take a look at this final circle, there was just nothing but carnage and incredible bubble work, to be sure.
You know, I was going to say Bom Dia, Brazil, but it's Benoist tonight at 7 p.m., I think, over there. Just checked my iPhone, so if that's wrong, and I'm wrong. Blame Apple. They'll have to figure that one out themselves. But I do think that ultimately it was South America. It's representing in a way that we haven't been able to see. And the thing I love about South American representation in esports, it's some of the most passionate players, some of the most emotional moments that you can get. That success, if you didn't get chills watching that, if you didn't get a little teary-eyed, if you didn't get happy and put a smile on your face, seeing how much it meant to them, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I can do for you, but I think the entire arena was impacted by their star-studded ending.
Absolutely. Well, we have one of those people certainly impacted by this entire experience with our own Killer Pigeon. KP, who you got, boo?
Oh, I've got a beauty here. F-Chan from Team Unite coming out to clutch this in first place. Run me through it. How are you feeling right now?
Very happy. Yeah.
Feeling strong? Feeling dominant over the other regions?
Dominate.
Feeling dominant, strong over the other regions?
Yeah, APAC North, let's fucking go.
Okay. Run me through that final game. So we had Octane, Bloodhound, Horizon. What was the thought process?
Process? Yeah. And we want to kill players because same landmark players. Yeah, so fight.
Really aggressive.
Yeah.
I love it. So is there any team that you were inspired by here coming into this tournament? Like looked up to? Looked up to. So you look at them and you're like, wow, we could learn a lot. Best team.
Respect team?
Yes, respected team.
Respect players and TSM and ALGS. Yeah, players, respect players. But same landmark, go.
So Japan's going to take this then? Yeah.
In Japan, V3.
Japan #1?
Japan #1. Yeah.
All right, I think we got the message loud and clear, folks. Team Unite, performance speaking for itself. Heading back over the desk.
Well, thank you, Killer Pigeon, of course, and well done there. A man of few words, Rain Day, but certainly one that makes the impact.
You don't really need to say anything. I think we know how he felt. I think you know what he was describing. In fact, pretty well, I think, it told us that the reason players, a team we expected to be in it, aren't in it. Unite was contesting them the entire time. And obviously, Unite's up on the winner's stage. That leaves players in really only one direction, which is down. It's tough for Hardeki. They did not obviously have the full squad here, but you got to be happy for Unite, man. And again, representing just a totally different play style in Apex.
Yeah, and it's so important that we have all these different regions represented. It is truly a global game. That is the one thing that we have learned today. I think he said all he needed to say in one of his earlier answers, but I have to say, just the sheer character we have, even in people who barely speak our particular language, is out. It's unbelievable. Honestly, it's an honor to watch all these players pop off in all kinds of different ways, man.
Wow. Well said, well said, well said. Well, we have been talking about the top players, the players that have popped off. We've seen them. We've heard from some of them. We've seen some of their biceps, I would say.
Yeah.
Either way, we've got a lot to talk about. Our analysts are here to tell you who they think could be on top and who could potentially be the MVP tomorrow. And for that, we'll talk to them right now. Rain Day.
Yes.
Talk to me about Ganjaman.
Yeah, I think this is a big moment for the young star. He is truly a star. He is truly one of the best in the business in Apex Legends when it comes to dealing damage, which is why he is my most notable player on the day. Not only that, his role with Luminosity Gaming is such a trustworthy one, given to him by Inamigo, who saw that he and him had potential. And there was a few roster swaps before Nizul came into the roster and allowed Ganjaman to really have a backbone, so to speak, for the way this team operates. Once he saw how well they played together and how they instantly clicked, Inamigo was telling me at the airport, we knew this was the team to take, and look at it. It's got them into grand finals, and I think their performance on the day says they are legal enough to win, which is such an impressive thing. Representation in South America tonight, representation from Mexico, North America, but the south of it earlier this morning, and so it's been an exciting day.
It has indeed, and I know the excitement was shared by Bardoff because there were fences involved with your pick.
Absolutely. I've had a one-track mind this entire week, and that is about the Watson and the fences. I want the off-meta madness. I want the Maggies. I want the... Of course, it's not off-meta, but honestly, I think it's more about the individual play, but it's about what the play represents, what the character choice represents, what the determination to play your composition represents. It just shows how broad Apex Legends is, how many different things you can do, the space there is to play. It is hard to win a game with Watson, and that means to make it to the final day of play this weekend, you have to find consistency somewhere. Again, you know, you can deter people from coming your way with your fences and so on, but you still have to find the frags. You still have to make it work to a certain degree in order to stay in the mix. And we have seen not one, we've seen, I think, 3 Watson teams make it through. We've got Game With here as well, making it to tomorrow's action. So, again, I just think that these Watson players show how amazing this game is and how broad it can be. And I think that's fantastic because in so many other esports, you'll see the meta narrow to a very small channel. But if you've got like at least 3 Watsons making it to tomorrow, then anything truly is possible.
That's absolutely right and absolutely well said. Well, which one of these players could one of them be our MVP? All roads lead to Sunday, and that's when we're going to find out so many, many things. So you're going to want to be back here tomorrow to find out. I mean, we're just shaking our heads across the board here. That last moment, that Elevate win. Evan, I know you were excited. We heard John and Vicky just lose it. We heard the players lose it. And here on LAN, I won't lie to you, I cried. You know what? I'm human. What am I going to say?
Right before the set, and I think it was a perfect example of kind of maybe an expression of the emotions that were running through them, and I think through us trying to figure out how much does this mean, not just to them, but to the region. And I think when you look at Brazil, you look at Mexico, you look at APAC North, Japan, these aren't teams and regions we've been able to talk to with such confidence and fervor about how they like to play and where they stack up against the rest of the world. This was almost an expression of the catharsis that this tournament represented for these teams. 3 years in the making. 9 days now before they had a chance to do this. And to do it, when you get that chance after waiting 3 years, that's powerful stuff.
Powerful stuff indeed. Bardoff, I've been told that our talent predictions are ready. And I'm going to collectively breathe in very heavily right now. Let's take a look at who did what. OMG. They said she was picking a title and a team that could not make it, but guess what? They did, and they did so, Bardoff, with incredible fashion. GG's to Vicky Kitty for going GMT.
Yeah, props to Vicky on the GMT pick. Again, it's been a shaky weekend for many a team, but GMT are a team I think everybody wants to see succeed, especially with the sheer happiness that they just radiate. It's hard not to be happy being around them. I think we can all attest to that, talking to them in the cafeteria, so props to them. Personally, though, I win tomorrow regardless, because all my Watsons are going through.
You kind of win.
So I do not care about these numbers whatsoever.
No, but I will say, Evan, I saw you rooting for CLG, and a lot of us were, and they had definitely put up a fight in this lobby.
Yeah, I think CLG is a team that has so much promise ahead of them. Not everyone can make it. It's not everybody's day. That's what makes when you do win such a special moment, because it was yours. And it wasn't CLG's over the course of the tournament. But I think when you look at Vatro and Nano Fries, I think these are guys that are at the highest of high levels in Apex. They'll continue to do so. But we've got to take the story another way. And I think for a lot of teams, even E6 and some of these teams that could have made it final, you could see the disaster on their face when it was Game With who made it into the top. So not everybody has their moment, but I think CLG has a bright future.
I think that's an excellent point. And Bardoff, we are talking about what we just saw. But guess what? Like I said moments ago, all roads lead to Sunday. Are there anybody that you're looking at now, having seen what we've seen in winners brackets, in losers brackets, that you're just like, let's do this. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I have 2 teams in particular, and this is a reminder for everyone at home as well. It does not matter how you get to the finals. It doesn't matter how ugly the journey is, how difficult it is, how bad your performances have been. TSM are in the finals, NRG are in the finals.
Yeah.
Everything they've done before this point is now completely irrelevant. The fact that they're in the finals is what counts, and how they perform tomorrow is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In fact, I actually saw a tweet from TSM's Beast, and he's tweeted, TSM is either in your heart or in your head.
Yeah.
Evan, it feels like that's going to be one of the storylines we're going to follow up on tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my boy Vis. I've been watching him for a long time. He's actually one of the only Sunday streamers I knew of, and obviously played Apex, so it was a good match for me. But, yeah, TSM's got such a supportive community, and they have the history behind them to support a pop-off moment here. But it is scary to think that you have to perform, and with sharks in the water, you never know when they're going to strike. I would have to say I am looking forward towards TSM. I just think that somehow they could be down, but never out. I would never count them out live on camera as well here in Sweden, so I'm not going to do that here. I definitely think they'll show up tomorrow.
They will indeed. One of those teams, James, that showed up a lot was Sutoraiku, and I'm going to reference another tweet. Apologies we don't have it on because I didn't tell them I was doing this, which is that actually Bullet tweeted out that Waltzy and Fussy literally slept through their alarms. I had to wake them up 20 minutes before the games, and that, by the way, was when they made it into the winners round.
Well, that's how, different strokes for... Wait, what's that phrase?
Different folks?
Whatever works.
Different blokes,
Whatever
I think, where you're
works.
from, yeah.
Whatever works. Let's just leave it at that. That's way cleaner, right? Whatever works. If it works for you, then go forth and be merry.
Yeah.
They have been a great surprise this week. Certainly, they're a name that I've had to learn, and we've learned it in the best way. We've thoroughly enjoyed their performances so far.
They have indeed been a name that we have certainly learned. And hey, you should consider as well, because it sounds like they are going to be a part of this Apex scene for a long time coming. Now, last question here, Evan. I believe, we'll see. We've got some things that we're tabulating right now. At this point, we're looking at Sunday, and Sunday is a big one for these teams. But I'm more curious. Bardolph mentioned Sutoraiku was a surprise, and that's been so great. Are there any other storylines that you're hoping for? Any surprises? Any sort of left field Hail Marys that perhaps we have seen just a glimpse of just today?
Well, I think there's three things. I think obviously TSM doing it again, that would just be, it would almost be ghostly. We'd be like, no way.
There's
After the start they had again, like this can't be stopped. But I think there's two teams in particular that have really persevered with subs in a way that I think everyone has been surprised about, and that is Cloud9 and GMT. I think those two teams fighting for players that wanted to be here, that worked hard to be here, that it really, in no fault of their own and beyond things that they could really control, are not here. And those teams have not only responded to that, but even the likes of Graceful supporting Cloud9, being such a great in-game leader, giving stern talkings to, and being like, hey, I'm part of this team. Let's get this job done. I'm just so excited to see how they do. I think those are two great stories that we have to pay attention to tomorrow.
I think that's going to be super dangerous as well. Cloud9 in particular have no pressure tomorrow. Because you can't have any expectation for them. So they're going to play with complete freedom, and that's going to be really exciting to see.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at those teams that you will see tomorrow. The teams that have made it through our winners bracket or have gone the grind of our losers bracket. And Bardolph, let's stick with you for a second. As people will see, we got numbers next to the top 10 teams, and that will make an impact when it comes to match point format.
Absolutely, that will contribute towards them reaching match point. So they may get there faster than others, and that might mean that we see Optic, the likes of Optic, being a target for other teams. And we know when people are close to winning, they become a target, which is partly why we have that anonymous mode. But that'll certainly help. So all the efforts that they've made will count now going into tomorrow. But I'm also happy to see just the different names and different regions we have represented. We've got people carrying countries on their back tomorrow, and we speak about pressure, none for Cloud9, but for someone like Elevate now, how far can they go?
Absolutely, absolutely. Evan, what is this final participating team? What does this graphic mean to you right now?
Honestly, if I am looking at this as a competitor, because I think as a caster, you want to see some of these great stories come to fruition, and then whoever wins, wins. But you want to see it have a chance. As a competitor, I'm the most scared of Optic, I think, and Team Liquid. We haven't talked about Team Liquid enough. We've had Hotzig on here, but of course he couldn't do a lot of talking about Team Liquid while he was up here talking about the rest of the players. But I think those two teams in particular have almost been flawless. The way that they've played, the consistency and the lethality to win games that they've had, I mean, I don't know. I would not bet against them in any fashion. If they play the way they played the rest of this tournament, I could easily see it going to them, and quickly.
and quickly, speaking of going to the tournament quickly, let's take a look at what tomorrow is going to look like. If you want to get yourself ready, get that phone out so you can screen grab our schedule tomorrow. It's going to be a pretty easy one. Starts at 4 p.m. CEST. If you're in LA or New York, get up a little earlier on your Sunday because this is going to be the drama you know, you love, and you want to see more of. Was I a poet and I didn't even know it? That's right, I was. Either way, that is tomorrow, our Split 2 playoffs. Again, a reminder that all of these teams have proven themselves not just to get here, but to get here in style on our grand finals Sunday. And I can't think of anything better and anything more appropriate for our final LAN here, I should say, day of our LAN here, Bardolph, that these players can do to celebrate other than to come out and win big.
Yeah, just make sure you get some good sleep, come into tomorrow fresh, and be ready to frag on the servers because you're going to have Watsons. You're going to have Corstons. And who knows what else you're going to have, but that might be enough. I'm expecting carnage. Do you know what? The elimination matches, the last matches that we've seen in matches 2 and 3 today, series 2 and 3 today, have been absolutely crazy. But tomorrow's going to be everything turned up to maximum.
And Evan, one of the things we have talked about at the beginning, and certainly have peppered throughout, is that they're playing for guts and glory, to be sure. They're playing for playoff points, which is very important for our competition later on, the championships. But they're also playing for a cool little bit of money.
My God. I mean, we don't even mention this stuff.
I know.
Yo, $250,000 if you win. $250,000. That is life-changing money. I know a lot of these players and pros, you know, they create content. They're well-known. They've already got income coming in. But there are some teams who are in that finals lobby tomorrow that haven't established themselves within the Apex scene, that are from regions that money goes a lot longer, a lot farther. And it is going to be something that, you know, you might see a story tomorrow that not just the Apex esports world, but I think the entire esports world is going to have to pay attention to if we have some of these Cinderella stories continue to fruition.
Speaking of one Cinderella story, we actually have a pretty impactful video we're going to show you right now, and that is some celebration Brazilian style that our own Fallout caught just moments ago. Take a look at this. This is what celebration looks like in the eyes of teams and players who have worked so incredibly hard to get here and have done so many things to grind just to be in this room. Bardolph, I'm just sort of crying again, and I don't even care.
Yeah. I've told you guys in the back before, different teams in different games from Brazil have said in interviews before, where we're from, we cannot fail. There is no second option. This is it. This is the best chance they have to improve their livelihood. And that's why it means so much to them, really. Not just to them, but to their families as well, to inspire a nation. Definitely a place where we need to see more Apex. There is more than I can possibly imagine on the line for people like this, and it's fantastic to see them succeed.
And this is real. This is real. I mean, this is happening essentially now. And you know, when you rub your head like that, it's disbelief. Did this really happen? And it did. And that's what happens when you make moments like this. No one gave them that moment. They took it for themselves.
And they took it through lobbies that were the scariest I can think of, and certainly the scariest that we have seen in quite some time, and they did it all from this very stage here in Stockholm. I can't believe I get to say this moment because it has been a long day and full of drama and brilliance and sadness and joy. But I will say a huge thank you once again to the cast, to the crew, to our production, to the players most notably, and of course to you for continuing to be on this journey with us. A huge thank you to those people supporting us, Lenovo Legion, Monster MVP, and Herman Miller. And to you, those of us watching all along, well done, GGs to those going off into our grand finals. So join us tomorrow when we showcase the best of the Apex community has to offer.
Maggie's coming.